Hello there, and welcome back. Whether it's your first time here or part of your nightly routine, I'm grateful to have you. This is your quiet corner of the internet, where we slow down, leave the day behind, and drift into the gentle rhythm of history. So get comfortable, dim the lights, maybe brew some tea, and let's begin our story. Before we begin, one of my favorite things is reading your comments about where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Some of you are up at 3 a.m., some at dusk, others just starting the day. So, if you do like, drop your city and your current time in the comments. Together, we light up this quiet little map across the world. No pressure to like or subscribe, just close your eyes if it feels right. But if you do want more stories like this, you know where to find them. Now, let's take a slow step back in time to a world where comfort was rare, nights were cold, and surviving till morning was never guaranteed. In a quiet corner of the world, where time itself seems to yield to the rhythm of the tides, the story of our ship begins. We find ourselves in the year 1860 on the rugged coast of Nova Scotia. Here, the small village of Spencer's Island rests against the shore of the Bay of Fundy, its red sandstone cliffs meeting the powerful surge of the Atlantic day after day. The air is a constant blend of sharp salt spray, the deep, earthy scent of the surrounding forests, and the quiet industry of a community whose lifeblood is the sea. In this place, within the modest shipyard of a man named Joshua Dewis, a new life was taking shape. It was not yet a ship, but the promise of one. It began as a skeleton, a framework of immense timbers laid out under the open sky. The sounds that accompanied its creation were not of machines, but of men and their tools, the steady, rhythmic thud of mallets against wood, the patient rasp of hand saws, and the quiet murmur of voices discussing angles and joints. It was a slow, deliberate process, a craft passed down through generations. The keel, the great spine of the vessel, was laid in the final months of 1860th. It was hewn from massive trees felled in the nearby forests, timbers that still carried the memory of their life on land. One by one, the ribs were shaped and fastened into place, curving upwards to form a vast, hollow cage. The men who worked here knew the wood intimately. They understood its grain, its strength, its willingness to bend to their will. Their hands, calloused and strong, moved with a quiet confidence as they pieced together this giant puzzle. For months, the structure grew. It was a testament to human effort, a collaboration between the forest that provided the material and the sea that awaited its creation. As the frame rose, it began to resemble some great, slumbering creature of the deep, its bones exposed to the elements waiting for its skin. The air around the shipyard was thick with the smells of its birth, the clean, sharp scent of fresh cut wood, the slightly bitter aroma of hot tar used to seal the joints, and the ever present damp saltness of the fog that often rolled in from the bay. This was not just construction. It was a kind of slow, organic creation, and the sweat and silence of the craftsmen were the first blessings bestowed upon the nascent vessel. As the winter of 1860 gave way to the spring of 1861, the ship began to find its true form. The skeleton was gradually covered as the hull planks were meticulously fitted into place. The builders used a method known as carvel construction, laying the thick wooden planks edge to create a smooth, strong skin rather than overlapping them. This technique gave the vessel sleek, graceful lines, hinting at the speed and agility she might one day possess. Slowly, the wrought timber was transformed into a unified whole. The ship was designed as a brigantine, a versatile vessel with 2 masts, built for carrying cargo across the vast and often unpredictable ocean. As the final planks were fastened and the deck was laid, the structure ceased to be a collection of parts and became a single, solid entity. It now had a presence, a personality. It stood tall in the shipyard, dwarfing the men who had built it, its empty deck seeming to wait with a quiet patience for the captain and crew who would one day walk upon it. The work was nearing its end, and the ship, born of the Nova Scotian soil, was almost ready to meet its destiny in the water. The 18th of May, 1861, was a day of quiet celebration on Spencer's Island. The villagers, whose lives were so intertwined with the sea, gathered at the shore to witness the culmination of months of labor. The new ship, gleaming with fresh paint and tar, stood ready on the ways. She was given a name full of power in distant lands: Amazon. In later years, as legends began to cling to the ship like barnacles, some would claim that its launch was troubled, that it stuck on the ways as if reluctant to embrace its fate. But a man named George Spicer, who had helped trig the vessel and was there that day, remembered it differently. He recalled that there was no hesitation. Amazon slid smoothly down the timber ramp, entering the water not with a crash, but with what he described as a beautiful splurge. As the water took her weight, she dipped her bow gracefully, as if offering a polite curtsy to the proud and admiring crowd on the shore. On that hopeful spring day, no one could have known the strange and sorrowful path that lay ahead for this new vessel. Its journey had just begun. A few weeks later, on the 10th of June, the Amazon was officially registered at the nearby port of Prospero, its existence now a matter of official record. A new ship, full of promise, was ready to set sail. With her registration complete, the Amazon was no longer just a product of the shipyard. She was a working vessel, ready to earn her keep. Her first captain was a young man named Robert McClellan, a native of the nearby town of Economy. He was newly married, and this command represented a hopeful step forward in his life and career. He personally supervised the loading of the ship's first cargo at 5 Islands, a collection of heavy timber known as deals, destined for the bustling docks of London. The mood on board was one of quiet optimism. The ship was new, the crew was capable, and a profitable journey across the Atlantic lay before them. As the eye before them, Amazon pulled away from the coast of Nova Scotia in June of 1861, leaving the familiar scent of pine and salt water behind. There was no reason to suspect that this maiden voyage was already sailing under a dark star. The first days at sea were likely routine. The crew would have settled into the rhythm of the watches, the endless task of trimming sails, and the steady motion of the ship rising and falling with the Atlantic swell. Captain McLellan, walking the deck of his first command, must have felt a deep sense of pride. But the vast, indifferent ocean pays no mind to human hopes. Somewhere on the passage down the Bay of Fundy, the captain fell ill. It began subtly, perhaps with a persistent chill that the damp sea air could not account for, or a cough that grew deeper and more troubling with each passing day. Soon, a fever took hold, and it became clear that this was no simple cold. The diagnosis was pneumonia, a grave condition for anyone in the 19th century. But for a sailor far from shore, it was a potential death sentence. The atmosphere on the ship would have shifted dramatically. The quiet confidence of the crew would have given way to hushed concern, their eyes turning often toward the captain's cabin. The first mate, now burdened with the dual responsibility of sailing the ship and caring for his ailing commander, would have faced an impossible choice. To continue the voyage to London was to risk the captain's life with every passing day. The only humane option, the only choice that offered any sliver of hope, was to turn back. The decision was made to abort the maiden voyage. The Amazon, which had set out so hopefully for the old world, reversed her course and pointed her bow back toward Spencer's Island. The return journey was a somber one. The ship that had left with such promise now limped home under a cloud of anxiety and failure. They reached Spencer's Island, the very place where the ship had been born, and Captain McLellan was carefully taken ashore to his home. But it was too late. The illness had taken too firm a hold. On June 19, 1861, just a month after the Edian, Amazon had so gracefully slid into the water. Her first captain died. The final, quiet scene of this first tragedy was perhaps the most poignant. There was no grand funeral procession. Instead, the crew who had served under him placed his body into a small, open boat. In the silence of the bay, they rowed him on his last, short journey. The ship, the cause of both his greatest hope and his untimely end, sat anchored nearby, a silent witness to the sorrow. Its first voyage had ended not in a foreign port with a hold full of profit, but back where it started, with a cargo of timber still aboard and a shadow of death now clinging to its new name. The story of the unlucky. After the quiet tragedy that marked its first attempt at a voyage, the Amazon set at anchor, her hold still filled with the timber she was meant to deliver. The shadow of Captain McLellan's death lingered over the vessel, but the world of maritime commerce is a practical one. A ship in port earns no money, and a cargo must reach its destination. A new master was appointed, a man named John Nutting Parker, who took command and prepared to resume the interrupted journey to London. Under his steady hand, Amazon once again pointed her bow towards the open Atlantic. This time, the crossing was successful. The ship navigated the vast ocean, delivered its timber to the London docks, and for a brief moment, it seemed as if the initial misfortune had been just that, a sad but isolated incident. But the ship's ledger of bad luck was not yet closed. After leaving London, the Amazon set her course for the return journey, entering the busy, often treacherous waters of the English Channel. Here, the weather can turn in an instant, and a thick, disorienting fog is a frequent and unwelcome visitor. It was in such a fog that the next incident occurred. The world outside the ship would have been reduced to a blanket of gray, muffling all sound and swallowing the horizon. The only noises would have been the creak of the ship's own timbers and the gentle lapping of water against the fall, sounds that feel unnerving while loud in the profound quiet of a dense fog. Suddenly, a shape would have loomed out of the mist, another vessel. Far too close. In the heart-stopping seconds that followed, there would have been frantic shouts and the desperate turning of the helm, but it was too late. The Amazon collided with another brig, the impact a sickening crunch of splintering wood that echoed through the fog. The other vessel, fatally wounded, sank into the cold waters of the Channel. Amazon survived, but she did not escape unharmed. The collision left her damaged, adding another physical scar to the growing list of misfortunes that defined her early years. She was a ship that seemed to attract trouble, a vessel that left wreckage, both human and material, in her wake. For several years after the collision, the Amazon continued to work, plying the trade routes of the Atlantic, but her reputation followed her. Then, in October of 1867, she found herself caught in a storm of terrible violence off the coast of Cape Breton Island, in Nova Scotia. This was no ordinary squall. It was a full blown autumn gale, the kind that turns the sea into a churning chaos of mountainous waves and shrieking wind. The sky would have been a dark, bruised purple, and the air filled with stinging spray. The little brigantine would have been tossed about mercilessly, her timbers groaning under the strain, her sails ripped to shreds by the force of the wind. The crew would have fought to keep her headed into the waves, a desperate battle against the overwhelming power of nature. But the storm was too strong. It drove the ship relentlessly towards the shore, towards a place known as Cow Bay. There came the moment every sailor dreads, the horrifying, grinding shudder as the ship's keel struck the seabed. Amazon was driven hard aground, the sound of her hull breaking against the shore lost in the roar of the wind and waves. When the storm finally subsided, the ship was a wreck, battered, broken, and firmly stranded. She was deemed too severely damaged to be worth the cost of salvage. Her owners abandoned her where she lay, and so, the first chapter of her life came to a close. The once proud Amazon, born of the forests of Spencer's Island, now lay a broken hulk on a remote Canadian beach, left to be picked apart by the tides and time, her story seemingly over. While the broken hull of the Amazon lay bleaching on a remote Canadian shore, its story seemingly at an end, our own narrative turns its gaze inland, to the man whose life would become inextricably bound to the resurrected ship. To understand the mystery of the Mary Celeste, we must first understand its captain. His name was Benjamin Briggs, and he was, in every sense, a son of the sea. He was born on April 24, 1835, in Wareham, Massachusetts, into a world where the rhythm of life was dictated by the ocean's tides. The Briggs family had a long and storied connection to the maritime world. His father, Nathan Briggs, was a sea captain, and of his 5 sons, nearly all followed him onto the water, with 2 eventually becoming captains themselves. For a boy growing up in this environment, the sea was not a distant concept, it was the family business, the source of its livelihood, and the backdrop to every story told around the hearth. His childhood would have been filled with the scent of salted tar, the sound of gulls, and the sight of tall masts rising against the sky. A life at sea was not a choice so much as an inheritance, a path laid out for him from birth. As he grew, Benjamin embraced this legacy, working his way up through the ranks with a quiet determination. He spent most of his life on the water, learning the intricate language of wind and sail, the moods of the ocean, and the character of the men who sailed upon it. He was, by all accounts, an exemplary mariner, experienced, hardy, and exceptionally able. But what truly set him apart, and what would earn him the deep respect of those who served under him, was his unwavering character. In an age when life at sea was often rough and brutal, Captain Briggs was known for his profound sense of fairness and his steadfast integrity. He was a man of deeply held principles, a devout Christian who carried his faith with him across the world's oceans. Perhaps most unusually for a sailor of his time, he was a staunch believer in abstinence, a teetotaler who forswore alcohol entirely. This was not merely a personal preference but a professional creed. It spoke to his discipline and his understanding that a clear head was a captain's most vital tool. This combination of skill and principle made him a figure of quiet authority. His crews trusted him not because they feared him, but because they respected him. They knew he was a man who would not ask anything of them, that he would not do himself, and who would never needlessly risk his ship or their lives. His reputation was not built on a single voyage, but earned over years of competent command. Before taking the helm of the Mary Celeste, he had captained several other vessels, each one adding to his standing in the maritime community. He had been master of the brigantine Seafoam and later, the larger 3-masted schooner Forest King. In 1865, he took command of the bark Arthur, turning over his previous command of the Forest King to his brother, Oliver, a testament to the family's continuing partnership on the high seas. These were not minor undertakings. To be the master of such ships was to hold immense responsibility for the vessel, for the cargo, and for the lives of every soul on board. Each successful voyage, each safe return to port, solidified his name as a man who could be trusted, a mariner who knew his craft. He was not a reckless adventurer, but a consummate professional at the height of his powers, a man who understood the sea's dangers and treated them with the seriousness they deserved. For a man who spent the majority of his life On the shifting decks of a ship, the concept of home needed to be a powerful anchor. For Captain Benjamin Briggs, that anchor was forged not just of wooden nails, but of deepened abiding affection. His life on land, though intermittent, was the quiet center around which his voyages revolved. This domestic world was built alongside his wife, Sarah Elizabeth Cobb, a woman whose own strength and devotion matched his own. They were married in September of 1862. Sarah was the daughter of a reverend, and she brought a gentle piety and steadfastness to their union that complemented Benjamin's own devout nature. Theirs was a partnership from the very beginning, one that understood and accepted the unique demands of a life at sea. In a gesture that perfectly encapsulated their shared world, their honeymoon was not a quiet retreat to a countryside inn, but a grand voyage across the Atlantic. Benjamin, then in command of the schooner Forest King, took his new bride with him to Europe, their first chapter as a married couple written upon the waves. It was a testament to Sarah's character that she embraced this life, finding her place beside her husband not just on shore, but on the very vessels that so often took him away. While the sea was their shared adventure, their true sanctuary was on solid ground in the small, coastal town of Marion, Massachusetts. Here stood a house that was more than just a dwelling. It was the physical embodiment of their life together. They called it Rose Cottage, a name that evokes a sense of simple, fragrant beauty, a stark contrast to the harsh, salty world of the ocean. We can imagine it as a place of quiet stability, a white painted wooden house with a garden where Sarah might have tended to flowers, their roots holding firm in the earth. It was a place of predictable seasons, of solid floors that did not sway, and of windows that looked out not upon an endless, empty horizon, but upon a familiar landscape of trees and neighboring homes. Rose Cottage was the repository of their life on land. It was where Benjamin Briggs, the captain, became Benjamin Briggs, the husband and father. It was where the call of the sea faded, replaced by the sounds of a crackling fire and the quiet rhythms of domesticity. The objects within its walls would have told the story of their family, the books on the shelves, the charts from past voyages perhaps framed and hung as art, the furniture that bore the marks of daily use. This house was the reason he always returned, the safe harbor that gave meaning to his long and often perilous journeys. It was his tether to the world, a constant reminder of what he was working for and what he stood to lose. It was within the walls of Rose Cottage that their family grew. In 1865, their first child, a son named Arthur, was born. His arrival would have filled the quiet house with new life, his presence a joyful affirmation of their bond. We can picture Captain Briggs, home from a long voyage, holding his son for the first time, the feel of the small child a profound contrast to the rough ropes and hard timbers of his ship. 5 years later, in the autumn of 1870, their family was completed with the birth of a daughter, Sophia Matilda. These two children represented the two halves of Briggs's world. Arthur, the sturdy, growing boy, was the anchor to his future on land. By the time of the Mary Celeste's final voyage, Arthur would be old enough for school, and the plan was for him to stay behind in Marion with his grandmother, a decision that speaks to the family's commitment to his education and a stable childhood. Sophia, however, was still just a toddler, a 2-year-old whose world was her parents. She was young enough to be taken along, to turn the captain's cabin into a floating nursery. The decision to bring Sarah and little Sophia on the voyage to Genoa was not an unusual one for a sea captain's family, but it was one that would forever color the tragedy. It transformed the story from a maritime incident into a profound family catastrophe, raising the emotional stakes to an almost unbearable degree. The image of this family, the stoic, responsible father, the loving mother, and the innocent child stepping aboard the ship together, is the quiet, beating heart of this enduring mystery. By the year 1871, the rhythm of Captain Briggs's life had become a familiar, yet increasingly taxing, pattern of departure and return. The joy of coming home to Rose Cottage was always shadowed by the knowledge that the sea would soon call him away again. His son Arthur was growing older, and the long absences meant missing precious, irreplaceable moments of his childhood. The captain, now in his mid-30s, began to feel the pull of the land more strongly than ever before. The constant weariness of a life at sea, the endless cycle of navigating storms and managing crews, started to lose its romantic allure, replaced by a yearning for stability. It was a desire shared by his brother, Oliver, who also had a growing family and felt the same pull towards a more settled existence. Together, they began to seriously entertain the idea of leaving the maritime world behind for good. Their dream took the shape of a hardware business in the bustling port town of New Bedford. We can imagine them walking the town streets, looking at storefronts, discussing the logistics of inventory and the quiet satisfaction of a life measured not in nautical miles, but in the steady trade of goods with their neighbors. It was a vision of a profoundly different future, one of predictable hours, of sleeping in the same bed every night, of becoming fixtures in a community rather than transient figures passing through it. Yet, a shadow of caution hung over this plan. Their own father had experienced disastrous financial ventures, and the memory of those struggles made them hesitate. Was it wise to trade the world they knew so well, a world of risk, but also of proven competence, for the unfamiliar territory of shopkeeping? The hardware store remained a dream, a tantalizing glimpse of an alternate life, but the final step was never taken. The call of the sea, it seemed, was too deeply ingrained in the Briggs brothers to be easily silenced. The venture was abandoned, and Benjamin Briggs turned his eyes back to the horizon, his future still tied to the ocean. The dream of a new life did not die. However, it simply changed form. If he was to remain a man of the sea, perhaps there was a different way to secure his family's future. In 1872, an opportunity arose that offered a new kind of command, one that was not just a job, but a significant personal investment. Instead of working for other ship owners, Captain Briggs decided to become one himself. Gathering his life savings, he made the momentous decision to purchase a substantial share in a vessel. He would own 1/3 of the ship, a major stake that tied his financial destiny directly to its fortunes. This was more than a career move, it was a profound statement of intent. He would be the master of his own vessel in the truest sense, and he planned to take command of her himself for her first major voyage under this new ownership. The ship was not just a tool of his trade, but a floating piece of his own legacy, a vessel he hoped would carry his family toward prosperity and, eventually, allow him the freedom to finally settle on land. The name of this ship, the one in which he invested all his hopes and his future, was the Mary Celeste. And what of the ship itself? To understand the venture Briggs was embarking on, we must return to that desolate beach in Cow Bay, where the broken wreck of the Amazon lay abandoned in 1867. For a time it seemed her story was over, destined to be dismantled by salvage crews or slowly consumed by the sea. But in November of 1868, the wreck was purchased by an American mariner from New York named Richard W. Haynes. He saw potential where others saw only ruin, buying the hulk for the modest sum of $1,750. Haynes then poured a small fortune over $8,800 into restoring the vessel, breathing new life into its battered frame. In December of that year, he registered the resurrected ship in New York. She was no longer the Amazon, the unlucky Canadian brig. She was given a new name and a new identity, the Mary Celeste. Her journey, however, remained turbulent. Within a year, Haynes's creditors seized the ship, and it was sold again, this time to a New York consortium of investors headed by a prominent businessman named James H. Winchester. It was this consortium that Captain Benjamin Briggs joined in 1872. The two threads of our story, that of the unlucky ship with a hidden past and that of the respectable captain seeking a new future, had finally, fatefully, intertwined. When Captain Benjamin Briggs invested his life savings into the Mary Celeste, he wasn't just buying a share in a ship, he was investing in a future where he could finally unite his two worlds. His life as a mariner and his life as a husband and father. The vessel, now under the ownership of a New York consortium led by James Winchester, was to be his new command, and he intended to make it a home. Before embarking on the long voyage to Genoa, the ship underwent an extensive and costly refit in a New York shipyard in early 1872. A sum of $10, a very significant amount for the time, was spent to enlarge and modernize the vessel, transforming her from the battered wreck of the Amazon into a sturdy, respectable merchant brigantine. The renovations were substantial. The ship was lengthened, her tonnage increased, and a second deck was added, enhancing her cargo capacity and overall structure. These were practical, commercial upgrades designed to make the Mary Celeste a more profitable enterprise. But for Captain Briggs, one part of the refit was deeply personal. With the knowledge that his wife, Sarah, and their 2-year-old daughter, Sophia, would be joining him on the voyage, he took a special interest in remodeling the captain's cabin. This was not to be just a functional space for sleeping and navigation. It was to be their floating parlor, nursery, and bedroom, a small pocket of domestic tranquility amidst the vast and unpredictable ocean. We can imagine him supervising the work with meticulous care, the same precision he applied to navigating a difficult channel. He would have wanted the space to be as comfortable and safe as possible. Perhaps he specified the placement of the berths to minimize the rolling of the sea, or ensured the installation of a small melodone, a type of reed organ, for Sarah to play on quiet evenings. Every decision would have been made with his family in mind, an act of love and foresight. He was building a nest for them within the wooden walls of the ship, a sanctuary that would travel with them across the world. The result was a space that, when later discovered, bore the unmistakable imprint of a family's life. It was a cabin that held not just the tools of a captain's trade, but the tender details of a home. There was Sarah's sewing machine, a symbol of quiet domestic industry. Later accounts, though perhaps embellished, would speak of a vial of oil standing upright beside it, and a child's garment left half finished, as if she had just stepped away for a moment. Scattered about were Sophia's toys, small objects that would have transformed the serious, masculine space of a ship's cabin into a child's playroom. The impression of her small body was even said to have been found in the bedding of the captain's bunk, a silent, heartbreaking testament to her presence. There is a profound and poignant irony in this careful preparation. All of this love, this attention to detail, this effort to create a safe and nurturing environment, was being poured into a vessel with a dark and troubled past. The ship that had already claimed one captain's life was now being entrusted with the two people Benjamin Briggs held most dear. He was placing his entire world, his financial future, his professional reputation, and the lives of his wife and child into the hull of the Mary Celeste. This act, born of a desire to keep his family close, would ultimately lead them all into one of history's most enduring and sorrowful mysteries. The cabin he so lovingly prepared would become the centerpiece of a silent, abandoned stage. A ship at sea is a small, isolated world, a floating community where every member is essential to the survival and success of the whole. A captain, no matter how skilled, is only as effective as the crew he commands. For a man like Benjamin Briggs, known for his prudence, his professionalism, and his deep sense of responsibility, the selection of his crew would have been a matter of the utmost importance. This was not just another voyage, it was his first as a part-minus owner. And he was bringing his wife and child with him. The 10 souls aboard the Mary Celeste were not just a crew and passengers, they were a small, self-contained society. And Captain Briggs had chosen its members with care. To understand their collective fate, we must first know them not as a list of the missing, but as the individuals who walked the decks of that ship. Beyond the Briggs family, 7 men made up the crew. The most crucial position, the captain's right hand, was that of the first mate. For this role, Briggs chose Albert G. Richardson, a 28-year-old American. This was not a new working relationship. Richardson had sailed with Briggs on previous voyages, a fact that speaks volumes about the trust between them. The first mate is the ship's chief officer, responsible for executing the captain's orders, managing the crew, and overseeing the day-to-day operations of the vessel. A captain's trust in his mate must be absolute, and in Richardson, Briggs had a man whose competence he had already witnessed firsthand. We can imagine him as a steady, reliable presence on deck, a man who understood Briggs's methods and shared his commitment to running a disciplined and orderly ship. The second mate was Arthur Gilling, a 25-year-old of Danish heritage, though he was born in New York. As the third in command, he would have been a young officer, likely ambitious and keen, responsible for one of the watches and for assisting the first mate in his duties. He represented the next generation of mariners, learning his craft under the watchful eyes of experienced men like Briggs and Richardson. Keeping the crew fed and the officers' quarters in order was the responsibility of the steward and cook, Edward William Head. At 23, he was one of the younger men on board, an American tasked with one of the most vital roles for morale on a long voyage. His domain would have been the galley, a small, perpetually moving space where he would have had to perform the daily miracle of preparing hot meals on a rocking stove. He was responsible for the ship's provisions, ensuring that the 6-month supply of food and water was managed carefully, a task that required foresight and organization. The bulk of the crew, the hands that worked the sails and rigging, consisted of 4 general seamen, all of them German. In the 19th century, it was common for sailors from Northern Europe, with their long maritime traditions, to seek work in the bustling American ports. These were not inexperienced hands, but seasoned mariners. 2 of them were brothers, Volkert and Boyle Orensen, aged 29 and 23 respectively. They hailed from the Frisian Islands, a windswept archipelago off the German coast known for producing hardy, capable seamen. The presence of brothers on a ship adds a unique dynamic, a bond of kinship that can strengthen the entire crew. We can picture them working together on deck, a silent understanding passing between them as they hauled on ropes or climbed the rigging in a rising storm. The other 2 seamen were Arian Martins, who at 35 was the oldest of the ordinary sailors, and Gottlieb Geo and Descall, who, like Boyle Orensen, was 23rd. This mix of ages suggests a well-balanced crew, the steadiness of an older, more experienced hand like Martin's complementing the strength and energy of the younger men. Together these 4 formed the engine of the ship, the muscle that translated the captain's commands into motion. This then was the small community that sailed from New York, a respected American captain and his family to capable officers, 1 American and 1 Danish and American steward and 4 experienced German sailors. They were a microcosm of the maritime world, an international team brought together by the shared purpose of guiding a ship across the ocean. Every piece of evidence and every contemporary account speaks to their competence and good character. These were not the sort of men prone to drunkenness or mutiny. They were professionals, hand-spicked for a difficult job. This simple fact makes their disappearance all the more confounding. It strips away the easy explanations of violence or incompetence, leaving behind a much deeper and more unsettling question. What could possibly have happened to make 10 such capable people abandon a perfectly sound ship and vanish forever into the sea? In the last weeks of October 1872, the East River of New York City was a forest of masts and a hive of activity. The air at Pier 50 was thick with the sounds and smells of a great port, the rumble of horse-drawn carts over cobblestones, the shouts of stevedores, the scent of coal smoke, river water, and countless goods from around the world. Amidst this bustling scene, the newly refitted brigantine Mary Celeste was being prepared for her long journey. On October 20th, Captain Briggs arrived to personally supervise the loading of the cargo that would define this voyage in more ways than one. The hold of the ship was carefully filled with 1701 barrels of a substance that was both valuable and volatile industrial alcohol. This was not the sort of spirit meant for sailors' grog or celebratory toasts. It was a raw, potent chemical product, specifically denatured alcohol, which meant additives had been mixed in to make it poisonous and foul-minus tasting, discouraging any temptation for consumption by the crew. Its destination was Genoa, Italy, where it was to be used to fortify Italian wines, increasing their strength and stability for export. For Captain Briggs, a man who abstained from alcohol himself, this cargo represented a purely commercial undertaking. Yet, the presence of so many barrels of a highly flammable substance, sealed within the confines of a wooden ship, introduced a quiet, underlying element of risk to the voyage, a risk that a prudent captain like Briggs would have been keenly aware of. As the final barrels were stowed and the hatches secured, the last preparations for departure were made. On a Sunday, with the ship nearly ready, Sarah Briggs and -old Sophia came aboard, bringing a touch of domesticity to the vessel. The captain's cabin, so carefully remodeled, was now filled with their presence. Before they sailed, Captain Briggs wrote a letter to his mother, his words filled with the quiet pride of a captain and a new owner. He described the vessel as being in beautiful trim and expressed his hope for a fine passage. It was a simple, optimistic sentiment from a man looking forward to a successful venture with his family by his side. On the morning of Tuesday, November 5th, the Mary Celeste finally left Pier 50 and moved into the bustling expanse of New York Harbor. The city skyline would have slowly receded as they found their position. However, the weather was uncertain. The North Atlantic in November is notoriously unpredictable, capable of brewing fierce storms with little warning. Captain Briggs, ever the cautious mariner, looked at the sky and the sea and made a decision that spoke to his character. Rather than risk taking his newly laden ship, his crew, and his family into the teeth of a potential gale, he chose to wait. He ordered the anchor dropped, and for 2 days, Mary Celeste sat peacefully in the harbor, a small island of patience amidst the constant traffic of the port. Finally, on Thursday, November 7th, the weather eased. A favorable wind began to blow, and the skies cleared enough to promise a safe departure. The order was given to weigh anchor. The heavy chain would have rattled through the hawse pipe, the crew working in practiced unison. With her sails catching the morning breeze, the Mary Celeste turned her bow towards the open sea. She sailed past Staten Island, leaving the familiar landmarks of the harbor behind, and entered the vast, gray expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. The voyage to Genoa had begun. As the Mary Celeste sailed out into the vastness of the Atlantic, her story did not unfold in isolation. The ocean, for all its immense and lonely spaces, is a place of intersecting paths, a network of invisible highways where vessels, by chance or design, draw near to one another. While Captain Briggs and his small community were beginning their voyage, another ship lay at anchor nearby, its own journey about to begin, its destiny unknowingly tied to the ship that had just disappeared over the horizon. This second vessel was the Canadian Minas-built brigantine Dei Gratia, a name that translates from Latin to by the grace of God. Like the Mary Celeste, she was a sturdy, workaday cargo ship, preparing for a transatlantic crossing. She was docked in Hoboken, New Jersey, just across the river from New York, awaiting a cargo of petroleum destined for Genoa, with a stop at Gibraltar. Her route was, for all practical purposes, identical to that of the Mary Celeste. At her helm was Captain David Reed Morehouse, an experienced and respected Nova Scotian mariner. Like Briggs, he was a man who knew the sea and its demands. The parallels between the two ships were striking to brigantines of similar size and purpose. Leaving from the same bustling port within days of each other, carrying volatile cargoes along the same trade route to the Mediterranean. But the most significant connection was not one of wood or cargo, but of friendship. Captain Morehouse and Captain Briggs were not strangers. They were friends, or at the very least, well-minus acquainted colleagues who moved in the same professional circles. They shared common interests in the quiet bond that exists between men who understand the unique pressures and loneliness of command. Some accounts suggest that their friendship was close enough that they had dined together at New York's Astor House on the evening before the Mary Celeste was scheduled to sail. We can imagine them sitting together, two captains sharing a final meal on solid ground, perhaps discussing the weather, their respective cargoes, and the families they were either bringing with them or leaving behind. It adds a layer of poignant, personal tragedy to the events that would follow. This was not an encounter between two anonymous vessels, but a story that would ultimately involve one friend discovering the inexplicable and tragic fate of another. On November 15, 1872, 8 days after the Mary Celeste had cleared New York Harbor, the Dei Gratia weighed anchor and began her own voyage. As she sailed out into the Atlantic, her crew settled into the familiar routines of a long passage, unaware that they were following in the wake of a deepening mystery. The ocean now held two ships on parallel courses. One, the Mary Celeste, was already far out at sea, having endured 2 weeks of harsh weather, her crew likely looking forward to the calmer waters near the Azores. The other, the Dei Gratia, was just beginning, her journey still fresh and full of the mundane realities of sailing. These two vessels, too small, self-contained worlds were now moving across the same vast, empty stage. One was sailing towards an appointment with an unnerving silence, its final log entry just days away from being written. The other was sailing towards a discovery that would baffle the world and create one of the most enduring legends in maritime history. The threads of their separate stories, spun in the shipyards of Nova Scotia and the ports of New York, were now being woven together by the unseen hand of fate, drawing ever closer to a single, mysterious point of convergence somewhere in the lonely expanse of the mid-Atlantic. Before the anchor was weighed in, the shores of America began to recede. There was a final, quiet moment of connection to the world being left behind. In the captain's cabin, the small, floating home that Benjamin had so carefully prepared, Sarah Briggs sat down to write a letter. The ship would have been gently rocking at its mooring in the harbor, the sounds of the city still audible but distant. This letter, addressed to her mother back in Massachusetts, was more than just a note of farewell. It was a snapshot of a family on the cusp of a new adventure, a final, cheerful echo before the silence fell. We can picture her at a small desk, the light from a porthole or the open cabin door illuminating the page. Old Sophia might have been playing nearby with her toys, her quiet babble a soft counterpoint to the scratch of her mother's pen. Sarah's words were not filled with apprehension or fear, but with a sense of contentment and hopeful anticipation. She wrote of the ship itself, telling her mother how pleased she was with their new accommodations. The vessel, she noted, was beautifully fitted, a testament to the care and expense that had gone into the recent refit. Her words paint a picture of comfort and pride, of a woman settling into her temporary home with satisfaction. She expressed her hope that they would have a fine passage to Genoa, a simple, common prayer for any sailor's wife, yet one that would later read with a heartbreaking irony. But her thoughts were not only on the journey ahead, they were also with the family she had left on shore. Her heart was particularly with her 7-year-old son, Arthur, who was staying with his grandmother to continue his schooling. In her letter, she included a message directly for him, a mother's promise across the widening ocean. "Tell Arthur," she wrote, "I make great dependence on the letters I shall get from him, and will try to remember anything that happens on the voyage which he would be pleased to hear." This single sentence is profoundly revealing. It shows a mother keenly aware of her son's curious mind, already planning the stories she will tell him of foreign ports and life at sea. It speaks of a future that she fully expected to have, one filled with correspondence, homecomings, and shared tales. There is no hint of foreboding in her cheerful prose, no premonition of the fate that awaited them. Her world was one of love, duty, and the ordinary, hopeful plans of a close-knit family. The letter was sealed and sent ashore before the Mary Celeste finally sailed, a last tangible piece of their existence passed back to the land. It would become the final testament of their life on board, a voice frozen in time, forever filled with the promise of a journey that had only just begun. For the first few days after leaving the shelter of New York Harbor, the voyage of the Mary Celeste likely unfolded with a comforting predictability. The sea, still holding the memory of the land, would have been a gentle green, the waves long undrolling. The sky above would have been a vast, open canvas of blue, dotted with the kind of harmless, fluffy clouds that drift on a fair wind. On deck, the crew would have settled into the familiar for minus our watches, the rhythm of their days and nights governed by the ship's bell and the steady turning of the earth. Captain Briggs, walking the quarterdeck, would have felt the familiar motion of his vessel, a living thing responding to his command. For Sarah and little Sophia in their cabin, these early days would have been a gentle introduction to life at sea, the ship's motion a soothing, rocking cradle. But the Atlantic in late autumn is a fickle host. The calm does not last. The change would have begun subtly, almost imperceptibly. A sailor, glancing at the barometer in the captain's cabin, might have noted a slow, steady drop in pressure. The clear blue of the sky would have begun to fade, replaced by a high, thin veil of white that bled the color from the sun, casting a pale, watery light upon the decks. The horizon, once a sharp, clean line, would have grown hazy and indistinct, the sea and sky seeming to merge in a uniform shade of gray. The wind, which had been their steady companion, began to shift and grow restless. Its voice changed. The gentle hum through the rigging deepened into a low, mournful moan. The sea responded in kind. The long, lazy swells of the open ocean grew shorter, steeper, and more confused. The ship's motion changed from a gentle roll to a more abrupt, jarring pitch and yaw, as it began to contend with the building waves. The color of the water darkened from green to a deep, slate gray, its surface streaked with white caps that hissed as they broke against the hull. The crew would have recognized these signs. They knew the language of the sea and sky, and it was beginning to speak of a coming storm. The order would have been given to shorten sail, the men climbing the rigging to furl the upper sails, reducing the ship's profile against the rising wind. As the first of what would be many days of heavy weather set in, the world of the Mary Celeste shrank to the confines of its own decks, a small, embattled island in a world of gray, churning water. The sounds of the storm became the soundtrack to their lives. The wind was a constant, shrieking presence, a physical force that tore at the sails and vibrated through every rope and spar. It was a sound that permeated everything, a high, wild lament that never ceased, day or night. The sea added its own percussive rhythm. The waves no longer slapped playfully against the hull, they struck it with the force of heavy, repeated blows, each impact sending a deep, resonant shudder through the entire frame of the ship. Below decks, in the darkness of the hold, the 1701 barrels of alcohol would have shifted and groaned with every lurch of the vessel. The ship itself began to speak a language of stress and strain. The timbers, which had been silent in the calm, now creaked and groaned like the bones of an old man. The masts, under the immense pressure of the wind, would have let out sharp, cracking sounds, and the rigging would have thrummed with a deep, resonant tension. Rain, driven almost horizontally by the wind, would have lashed the decks, finding its way into every tiny crack and seam. For the 10 people on board, there was no escape from the storm's presence. It was in the air they breathed, the sounds they heard, and the very motion of the world beneath their feet. This was the beginning of their 2-week trial by water, a long and wearying battle against the rough hour of the North Atlantic. The storm, once a looming threat on the horizon, was now their entire world. The distinction between day and night blurred into a perpetual twilight, a churning vortex of gray water and gray sky. For the 10 souls aboard the Mary Celeste, life became a primal struggle for balance and endurance. The ship was no longer sailing through the ocean, it was fighting it, a tiny, defiant speck of wooden canvas spitted against the full, indifferent fury of the North Atlantic. On deck, the scene was one of organized chaos. Green water, dense and heavy as liquid stone, regularly swept over the rails, turning the deck into a treacherous, swirling river. To move from one point to another was a slow, calculated risk, a lurching scramble from one handhold to the next. The men of the crew, encased in stiff, foul-smelling oilskins, were constantly soaked, a deep, penetrating cold seeping into their bones. Their faces were off from the wind and stinging salt spray, their hands numb and clumsy as they wrestled with stiff, swollen ropes. The work was relentless. Sails that had been torn by the wind needed to be secured before they flogged themselves to pieces, their wild cannon shot cracks a constant danger to anyone nearby. Lines had to be checked and dray checked, their fibers straining under the immense shifting loads. Every task was a battle, performed on a violently unstable platform, requiring a combination of brute strength and a sailor's innate sense of balance. The psychological strain was as immense as the physical one. The world beyond the ship's immediate vicinity had ceased to exist. There was no horizon, only a maelstrom of towering waves that rose up like liquid mountains, their crests dissolving into frothing spume that the wind tore away in horizontal sheets. The ship would climb the face of one of these giants, her bow pointing towards the bruised sky, hanging for a stopping moment at the peak before plunging sickeningly into the trough on the other side, the deck shuddering as she met the next oncoming wall of water. It was a disorienting, brutal rhythm that offered no respite. Below decks, the experience was different, but no less intense. For Sarah and Sophia, the captain's cabin had transformed from a cozy sanctuary into a swaying, groaning prison. The sounds of the storm were amplified here. The roar of the wind and the crashing of the waves transmitted directly through the hull. Every impact was a violent jolt, every deep groan of the ship's timbers a reminder of the immense forces at play just inches from their heads. Simple acts became monumental challenges. Preparing food on the small galley stove was nearly impossible. Sleep was a fleeting luxury, constantly interrupted by the violent motion that threatened to throw them from their bunks. We can imagine Sarah, her own fear held in check, trying to create a small island of calm for her daughter. Perhaps she wedged herself into a corner of the cabin, holding Sophia close, singing quiet hymns or telling familiar stories to drown out the terrifying symphony of the storm. She would have tried to distract the little girl from the lurching of the floor and the strange, frightening noises that were now the only reality she knew. But there was no escaping the physical reality of their situation. The air was dampened cold, and the constant dampness would have made everything feel clammy and uncomfortable. Water would have found its way in, dripping from the seams around the skylight, a small but constant reminder of the raging ocean outside. For Sarah, the ordeal was twofold: to endure her own fear and exhaustion, and to shield her child from the terrifying chaos of their world. This was the heart of the storm, a long and wearying trial that tested the limits of the ship, its crew, and the small family huddled in its heart. The storm did not break, it simply wore itself out, its rage slowing into a profound and weary exhaustion that was mirrored in the very bones of the ship and its crew. After days of relentless assault, there came a point where the violence reached its crescendo. The ocean seemed to lose all form, becoming a single, churning entity of liquid chaos. Waves no longer had distinct faces and troughs, they were simply immense, unpredictable upheavals of water that would rise from nowhere, lift the Mary Celeste with a terrifying weightless surge, and then let her fall into a watery abyss. The air was so thick with spray and driving rain that it was difficult to breathe, and the line between sea and sky vanished completely. It was in this moment of ultimate fury that the first hint of change began. It was not a sudden calm, but a subtle shift in rhythm. The chaotic, unpredictable violence began to resolve itself back into a pattern, however brutal. The wind, which had been a high, incoherent shriek, began to drop in pitch, settling into a deep, sustained howl. The waves, though still mountainous, became more regular, their procession more predictable. For the men on deck, this small change was the first sign that the worst might be over. They could begin to anticipate the ship's motion again, bracing themselves for the impact of the next wave with a renewed sense of timing, rather than simply enduring a constant, random battery. Slowly, over many hours, the storm continued to recede. The solid gray ceiling of the sky began to show texture, breaking apart into distinct layers of darker and lighter clouds. Glimpses of a watery sun appeared, brief and pale, but enough to restore a sense of direction and time to their world. The rain lessened from a blinding deluge to a steady, persistent drizzle, and then finally stopped gather. The sea, though still agitated and running high, lost its angry, frothing crests. The deep roar of the ocean subsided into a powerful, but more manageable swell. As the light returned and the wind eased, the full extent of the storm's toll became visible. The Mary Celeste was battered and bruised, but she had survived. Her decks were a tangled mess of frayed lines, splintered wood from a broken rail, and debris that had been torn loose by the waves. The sails that had remained set were tattered and torn, their edges whipped into long, ragged streamers that fluttered limply in the now gentler breeze. Everything, from the top of the masts to the deck planks, was coated in a thick, crystalline layer of dried salt, giving the entire vessel a ghostly, frosted appearance. She looked like a weary fighter who had endured a terrible beating but was, miraculously, still on her feet. A profound sense of quiet exhaustion settled over the ship. The crew moved with a slow, deliberate stiffness, their bodies aching from days of strain and cold. The constant adrenaline that had kept them going had drained away, leaving behind a deep, bone-minus weary fatigue. But with the exhaustion came an immense, unspoken relief. They could finally stand straight without needing to brace against a lurching deck. They could speak to one another in normal tones, their voices no longer needing to shout over the roar of the wind. The simple act of walking from one end of the ship to the other was no longer a life-threatening endeavor. Below, in the captain's cabin, a similar sense of peace descended. Sarah could finally let go of the tension that had held her rigid for days. She could attend to the simple comforts that had been impossible during the storm, drying wet clothes, tidying the small space, and perhaps preparing the first hot meal they had eaten in what felt like an eternity. For little Sophia, the end of the terrifying noise and violent motion meant a return to a world she could understand. The ship was once again a cradle, its motion a gentle, soothing rock. For the 10 people aboard the Mary Celeste, the long ordeal was over. They had faced the fury of the Atlantic and had won. They were weary. Their ship was damaged, but they were alive, and the sea around them was finally, blessedly at peace. The morning of Monday, November 25, 1872, dawned with a quiet promise. After nearly 2 weeks of relentless battle against the Atlantic, the world of the Mary Celeste was finally at peace. The sea, though still carrying the memory of the storm in its long, deep swells, had lost its fury. The sky, washed clean by the gales, was a high, pale blue. For the 10 people on board, the arrival of this calm was more than just a change in the weather. It was a profound, physical relief, a collective exhalation after days of holding their breath. The ship, battered but unbroken, settled into a gentle, rhythmic motion. The crew, moving with the slow, deliberate pace of weary men, began the work of restoring order. The decks were cleared of debris, frayed ropes were coiled, and the remaining sails were adjusted to catch the gentle breeze. The sounds of the ship were once again those of peace, the soft creak of the timbers, the whisper of water along the hull, and the occasional cry of a seabird circling overhead. The oppressive, deafening roar of the storm had been replaced by a quiet that felt almost sacred. In the captain's cabin, the return to normalcy was just as welcome. Sarah Briggs could finally open the skylight without fear of a wave crashing in, allowing fresh, clean air to circulate through the damp space. We can imagine her idioting the small items that had been tossed about, her movements calm and purposeful. For little Sophia, the end of the storm meant the freedom to play without being confined to a bunk, her small toys once again becoming objects of imagination rather than just things to hold onto for balance. A sense of profound, shared gratitude would have settled over the small family. They had endured. It was in this atmosphere of quiet recovery and returning routine that one of the mates, likely the diligent Albert Richardson, attended to a simple, daily task. He picked up the ship's log slate, This was not the formal, bound logbook where the day's events were permanently recorded, but a simple piece of slate in a wooden frame, used for jotting down the running logging log, the ship's position, speed, and course throughout the day. It was a working document, meant to be wiped clean and reused, a humble tool for the mundane business of navigation. With a piece of chalk or a slate pencil, the mate made the entry for the morning. The handwriting would have been steady, the characters clear and professional. First, the date November 25th, then the time 8 a.m. Finally, the most crucial piece of information, the ship's position, calculated from the morning's celestial observations. The slate recorded that the Mary Celeste was located approximately 6 nautical miles off the northeast coast of the island of Santa Maria. This entry, so ordinary and factual, would become the most scrutinized and significant document in the ship's history. It was the last known communication from the world of the Mary Celeste. It was a voice speaking clearly from a moment of calm, a precise point in time and space, just before the ship and its 10 souls sailed over an invisible precipice into an eternal, confounding silence. There was nothing in the simple notation to suggest alarm or distress. It was the work of a competent officer performing his duty, a testament to the order and discipline that had been restored to the vessel after the long trial of the storm. The significance of the ship's position cannot be overstated. Santa Maria is the easternmost island of the Azores archipelago. After 2 weeks of battling heavy weather, the sight of its volcanic peaks rising from the ocean would have been a profoundly welcome landmark. It was proof that their navigation was true, that they had successfully weathered the worst of the Atlantic crossing and had reached the first major milestone on their journey to the Mediterranean. For Captain Briggs, it would have been a moment of quiet vindication. His ship and his crew had been tested, and they had not been found wanting. For everyone on board, the sight of land, even if they did not intend to stop, would have been a powerful psychological boost. It was a tangible connection to the solid world, a reminder that the vast, empty ocean was not infinite. They had made it. The hardest part of the voyage was behind them. Ahead lay the promise of calmer seas, warmer weather, and the final destination of Genoa. On that calm, clear morning of November 25th, with land in sight and the storm a fading memory, the 10 people aboard the Mary Celeste had every reason to believe that their troubles were over. The morning of November 25th, with its clear skies and the reassuring sight of Santa Maria Island, was the last moment of recorded normalcy for the Mary Celeste. After the mate chalked the 8 position onto the log slate, the ship sailed on, leaving the Azores behind as it pointed its bow towards the distant coast of Europe. The 10 souls on board, having survived the worst of the Atlantic's fury, had every reason to believe the remainder of their journey would be uneventful. But at some point in the hours or days that followed, something happened. It was not a loud, catastrophic event that left its mark in splintered timbers or scorched decks. It was a quiet, sudden, and absolute departure. One moment, the ship was a living, breathing community the next. It was a hollow shell, its human heart torn out, left to wander the ocean alone. The ship itself would not have registered the change at first. It continued to move, a creature of wind and water, its sails still set to catch the breeze, but the intelligence that had guided it was gone. The hands that had trimmed its sails and the eye that had watched its course were no longer there. The Mary Celeste was now an automaton, performing the last actions it had been commanded to do, sailing a course dictated not by a captain's will, but by the random, indifferent pressures of the sea and sky. It began to yaw, its bow swinging back and forth in a wide and steady arc as the wind caught the sails from different angles. Without a helmsman to make the constant, subtle corrections needed to hold a straight course, the ship was at the mercy of the elements. It would fall off the wind, its sails luffing and flapping with a sound like idle thunder, before another gust would catch them, pulling the ship back onto a new, aimless heading. It was a slow, drunken dance across the waves, a vessel moving with purpose, but without direction. As the first day of its solitary journey passed, the signs of neglect began to appear. The weather, which had been so calm, began to freshen again. The winds that a full crew could have managed with ease became a destructive force against the untended ship. The sails, left to their own devices, began to suffer. The canvas, stressed and slackened by the constant, uncontrolled shifting, started to tear. Small rips became long, ragged gashes, and the crisp snap of a full sail devolved into the pathetic, whip-minus-like cracking of tattered cloth. Ropes that had been carefully coiled on deck worked themselves loose with the ship's constant motion, their ends unspooling and trailing over the side like forgotten streamers, dragging in the churning water. The open hatches, which had been a welcome source of fresh air after the storm, now became wounds. Rain and sea spray, driven by the wind, found their way below. Water cascaded into the forward house and seeped into the captain's cabin through the open skylight, soaking the bedding and the personal belongings left behind. It was a slow, steady invasion, the ocean reclaiming the small, dry spaces that the crew had carved out for themselves. The ship was becoming a thoroughly wet mess, its interior growing damp, cold, and inhospitable. For 10 days, the Mary Celeste drifted on this lonely, eastward course. Oceanographers would later calculate that the prevailing winds and currents of the North Atlantic were more than capable of pushing the unmanned vessel the 500 miles from its last known position to the spot where it would eventually be found. It was a ghost ship, not because it was haunted by a profound and total absence. It was a stage where the play had abruptly ended minus scene. The props were all in place: the sailors' sea chests, the captain's books, the child's toys, but the actors had vanished. Time had stopped for the people, but not for the ship. It sailed on, a floating, silent mystery, carrying its secret in its waterlogged hold, drifting inexorably towards its rendezvous with the Ete de Gradia. The sun climbed higher in the sky on the 25th of November, its warmth a gentle balm on the decks of the Mary Celeste. The ship, under a reduced but steady set of sails, continued to move eastward, leaving the Azores to sink slowly below the western horizon. But the guiding intelligence was gone. The ship was now a mindless creature, an automaton of wooden canvas, obedient only to the last commands it had been given and the ceaseless pressures of the ocean. As the first day of its solitary journey wore on, the initial peace of the morning began to fray. The wind, which had been a gentle companion, started to freshen, its voice rising once more from a whisper to a steady, insistent hum. The sea responded, its surface roughening, the long placid swells giving way to shorter, chop-pier waves. For a fully crewed vessel, this would have been a minor change, easily managed by trimming the sails or taking a reef. But on the Mary Celeste, there was no one to perform these tasks. The sails, set for a light breeze, were now over minus powered. They strained against their ropes, the canvas groaning under the pressure. The ship's motion became more erratic, its course a series of lurching, uncontrolled yaws as it struggled to find its balance in the rising wind. The second day of its lonely voyage brought further decay. The constant, uneven strain began to take its toll on the rigging. A rope, chafed by the ceaseless friction against a spar, might have parted with a sharp crack, its loose end whipping wildly in the wind. The tattered sails, already weakened by the previous storm, began to surrender more completely. Small tears, agitated by the wind, grew into long, gaping wounds, and the fabric that was meant to harness the wind's power now simply flapped in surrender, a sound like the idle snapping of a dozen flags. The ship was slowly being dismantled by the very forces it was built to command. Below decks, the slow invasion of the ocean continued. With every wave that broke over the bow, more water found its way through the open for hatch, cascading into the forward house where the crew had slept. In the captain's cabin, the open skylight became a funnel for rain and spray. The steady drip, minus drip, constant, monotonous sound in the otherwise silent space. The carefully arranged domesticity of the Briggs' floating home was being steadily erased. The bedding became saturated. The toys scattered on the bunk grew damp, and a film of salt began to coat every surface. The ship was becoming a cold, wet, and desolate place, unfit for human habitation. Days bled into one another, marked only by the passage of the sun and the cold, indifferent procession of the stars. The Mary Celeste became a world unto itself, a silent, moving island of abandonment. It was not entirely alone. A pod of dolphins might have raced alongside its bow for a time, their sleek bodies leaping from the waves, oblivious to the absence of human observers on the decks above. A great whale might have surfaced nearby, its deep, sighing exhalation lost in the sound of the wind and waves, its ancient eye taking in the strange sight of the unmanned vessel before it slipped back into the depths. Flocks of seabirds, masters of the ocean winds, would have circled overhead, perhaps even resting for a time in the tangled rigging, their sharp cries the only voices to break the profound silence. The ship sailed on, a testament to the sturdiness of its construction. It did not founder. It simply drifted, a ghost ship in the most literal sense, a body without a soul, animated only by the external forces of nature. It carried its mystery eastward, each passing day taking it further from the Azores and closer to the shipping lanes that connected Europe and North America. It was a time capsule, preserving the last, confounding moments of its crew's life on board, waiting for another set of human eyes to gaze upon its strange, sad condition and ask the question that would echo for more than a century: what happened here? The 7th, 8th, and 9th days of the ship's solitary voyage were a slow, inexorable descent into decay. The Mary Celeste, now far from any coast, was a truly isolated world, a moving speck in an immense wilderness of water. The initial shock of its abandonment had passed, and what remained was a long, slow process of entropy, the gradual unraveling of a man-made object left to the mercy of the elements. The ship continued its mindless journey eastward, pushed by the steady, prevailing winds and the great, invisible river of the Atlantic currents. It was not merely drifting like a log, it was sailing, but sailing without a mind. The sails, though tattered, still held enough wind to give the vessel headway, but with no one at the helm. Its course was a jagged, nonsensical line drawn across the ocean. It would hold a heading for a time, driven straight by a consistent breeze, only to be knocked aside by a larger wave, its bow swinging wildly until the sails caught the wind from a new angle, sending it off on another aimless tack. It was a vessel haunted by the memory of purpose, its movements a ghostly pantomime of a proper voyage. The cumulative effect of this untended journey was becoming more apparent with each passing day. The rigging, the complex nervous system of the ship, suffered greatly. Ropes that were designed to be under constant, balanced tension were now subjected to violent, unpredictable shocks as the ship yowed and the sails flapped. One of the most vital ropes, the main halyard used to hoist a key sail, may have finally given way under the strain, parting with a sharp crack that went unheard by any human ear. Its thick, frayed end would have dropped to the deck before being washed overboard, trailing in the ship's wake like a broken tether. The sails themselves were in a state of terminal decline. The wind, no longer a harnessed servant, was now a relentless tormentor. It found every small tear and worried it into a gaping hole. The once proud sheets of canvas were being reduced to little more than ragged streamers, their constant, violent flogging a sound like the frantic beating of 1,000 captured birds. The ship was slowly being stripped of its power, its ability to move with grace and speed being torn away piece by piece. Inside, the slow, cold seep of water continued its work. The captain's cabin was now a place of profound dampness and neglect. The fine clothes hanging in the wardrobe grew heavy with moisture, and a thin film of mildew may have begun to bloom on the leather-bound books. The metal on Sarah's sewing machine would have begun to show the first faint tracings of rust. The toys, once objects of a child's bright imagination, now lay forlorn in the damp bedding, their colors perhaps starting to run. The ship was no longer a home, it was becoming a ruin. Yet, amidst this slow decay, the vessel remained a time capsule. It was a perfect preservation of a single, terrible moment. The sailors' pipes still lay in their quarters, waiting for the hands that would never return to light them. The sea chests remained full of carefully folded clothes. The ship's stores held 6 months' worth of food and water, a larder for a community that no longer existed. Everything was exactly as it had been left in that final frantic, yet strangely orderly, departure. The Mary Celeste was transforming. It was ceasing to be just a ship and was becoming an artifact, a legend. Each day of its solitary drift added another layer to its mystery. It was being prepared by the sea and the sky for its final role to be discovered, to be wondered at, and to carry its silent, unanswered question across the ages. It sailed on, a derelict vessel carrying a cargo of alcohol and a much heavier, invisible cargo of profound and eternal human loss, while the Mary Celeste sailed on its lonely, aimless journey. Another small world of wooden canvas was making its own way across the Atlantic. The Canadian brigantine Dei Gratia, under the command of Captain David Reed Morehouse, had left the coast of New Jersey 8 days after its counterpart and was now following the same general route toward the Strait of Gibraltar. Her voyage, thus far, had been unremarkable, a testament to the skill of her captain and the discipline of her crew. Life on board had settled into the steady, predictable rhythm of a long ocean passage. The days were marked by the changing of the watches, the methodical scrubbing of the decks, and the endless, subtle adjustments to the sails to catch the most favorable winds. The nights were filled with the quiet companionship of the stars and the gentle creaking of the ship's timbers, a sound as familiar and comforting to a sailor as a ticking clock in a quiet house. Captain Morehouse, a seasoned and capable mariner, would have walked his quarterdeck with a sense of quiet satisfaction. His ship was sound, his crew was competent, and the voyage was proceeding as planned. There was no reason to suspect that their routine journey was about to intersect with one of history's most profound and lasting mysteries. The afternoon of December 5, 1872, found the Dei Gratia sailing through choppy but manageable seas approximately 400 miles east of the Azores. The weather was clear, the visibility good. A lookout, perched high on the mast, scanned the empty horizon, his gaze sweeping back and forth in a practiced, monotonous rhythm. Then he saw it. A distant sail, a tiny smudge against the vastness of the sky. This in itself was not unusual. The shipping lanes of the Atlantic were highways of commerce. But as he watched, he noticed something strange. The other vessel was not holding a steady course. It was moving erratically, yawing from side to side as if there were no one at the helm. It was also carrying very little sail for the conditions, giving it a crippled, unbalanced appearance. The lookout called down to the deck, and Captain Morehouse raised his spyglass to his eye. Through the powerful lens, the distant ship resolved into a clearer image. He could see that it was a brigantine, much like his own, But his initial professional curiosity quickly turned to concern. The ship's movements were all wrong. It seemed to be at the mercy of the wind and waves, drifting aimlessly rather than sailing with purpose. He watched for a time, expecting to see some sign of life on its decks, a crew working to correct the sails or a distress signal being raised. But there was nothing, only a profound and unnerving emptiness. As the day Gratia slowly closed the distance, Captain Morehouse's concern deepened into a sense of genuine alarm. He could now make out the name painted on the ship's bow. It was the Mary Celeste. A jolt of recognition and dread must have passed through him. This was not some anonymous vessel in distress. This was the ship commanded by his friend, Benjamin Briggs. He knew that the Mary Celeste had left New York more than a week before him and should, by all rights, be nearing her destination in Italy by now. To find her here, in the middle of the ocean, abandoned and adrift, was unthinkable. A good captain like Briggs would never allow his ship to fall into such a state unless something catastrophic had occurred. The sight of the derelict vessel, combined with the knowledge of who was supposed to be on board, created a chilling puzzle. The ship was not sinking. There was no sign of fire or obvious fatal damage, yet it was clear that it had been deserted. A cold knot of fear must have tightened in Morehouse's stomach, fear for his friend, for his friend's wife, and for their small child. The empty, silent ship on the horizon was no longer just a maritime curiosity. It was a personal tragedy unfolding before his eyes. He had to know what had happened. He gave the order to alter course, to intercept the ghost ship and uncover the secret held within its silent decks. With the identity of the strange, drifting vessel confirmed, a new sense of urgency took hold on the deck of the Dei Gratia. This was no longer a matter of simple maritime curiosity. It was a rescue mission, clouded by the grim possibility that they were already too late. Captain Morehouse gave the order to alter course, to close the remaining distance and intercept his friend's ship, the crew of the Dei Gratia moved with a quiet, professional purpose, their faces etched with a shared concern. The initial excitement of the sighting had long since evaporated, replaced by a somber, watchful tension. The approach was not a swift one. The Mary Celeste, though sailing erratically, was still making way, and the Dei Gratia had to maneuver carefully to come alongside her in the choppy seas for what felt like an eternity. They sailed in parallel, two brigantines on a vast and empty ocean, one alive with a worried crew, the other a silent, floating enigma. As they drew closer, the details of the Mary Celeste's disheveled state became starkly, unnervingly clear. They could see the tattered remains of her sails, ripped and frayed by the wind, snapping uselessly from the yards. They could see the tangled mess of ropes on her deck and the way the ship wallowed in the troughs of the waves, lacking the steady hand of a helmsman to guide her through them. But most unsettling of all was the profound and total lack of human presence. The decks were empty. The rails were unmanned. The ship moved, but it was lifeless. When they were finally within hailing distance, Captain Morehouse cupped his hands to his mouth and called out across the water, his voice a powerful, human sound against the vast, indifferent backdrop of the sea and sky. "Ahoy, Mary Celeste," he would have shouted, the words carrying on the wind. "Is anyone aboard?" The only reply was the mournful sigh of the wind through the Mary Celeste's damaged rigging, the sharp, whip-minus-like crack of her torn sails, and the low, groaning creak of her own timbers as she rolled in the swell. There was no answering call, no figure appearing at the rail, no sign that his voice had been heard by anyone. He hailed her again, and then again, his calls growing more urgent, more filled with a dawning dread. The crew of the Dei Gratia stood silently at their own rail, their eyes fixed on the other ship, straining to see any flicker of movement, any sign of life. But there was nothing. The silence from the Mary Celeste was absolute. It was an unnatural quiet. A ship at sea, even one in distress, is a place of noise and purpose. The silence that emanated from the vessel before them was the deep, hollow silence of abandonment. It was the quiet of a house whose occupants have suddenly, inexplicably, departed, leaving everything behind. The Dei Gratia maneuvered closer still, until the two ships were separated by only a narrow channel of churning, gray water. Now they could see the scene on the other deck with perfect clarity. It was a picture of chaos, but a strangely peaceful chaos. There were no signs of a fire, no splintered masts from a catastrophic explosion, no evidence of a violent struggle. The ship was simply empty, a stage where the actors had vanished mid-minus performance. After 2 hours of observation and unanswered hails, Captain Morehouse knew that he could wait no longer. The mystery was too deep, and his concern for his friend too great. He had to know what had happened on that silent ship. The decision was made. He gave the order to lower a boat. In the open Atlantic, this was never a trivial undertaking. The small yawl was swung out on its davits and carefully lowered into the restless sea, rising and falling sharply with the waves. The first mate of the Dei Gratia, a capable and trusted man named Oliver DeVoe, was tasked with leading the boarding party. He was joined by the second mate, John Wright, and one other seaman. The 3 men climbed carefully down the rope ladder, timing their descent to land in the boat as it rose on a swell. With a final push, they were away from the solid, reassuring side of their own ship. The small boat felt terribly vulnerable as they rowed across the choppy water, their oars digging into the waves, each stroke bringing them closer to the silent, waiting vessel. From their low vantage point, the hull of the Mary Celeste loomed over them like a dark, wooden cliff. The 3 men rowed on in silence, their faces grim with determination and a quiet apprehension of what they might find. They were rowing towards the heart of an enigma, about to become the first people to set foot in a world that had, for 10 long days, belonged only to the sea and the sky. The small boat, manned by First Mate Oliver DeVoe, Second Mate John Wright, and another seaman, rose and fell on the gray, choppy waves of the Atlantic. Each pull of the oars was a struggle against the swell, but they steadily closed the gap. The hull of the Abe, Mary Celeste looming larger and larger above them. From this low vantage point, the ship seemed immense, a silent, wooden mountain adrift in a world of water. The only sounds were the rhythmic splash of their oars, the groan of the oarlocks, and the unsettling symphony from the derelict vessel, the lonely sigh of the wind through its rigging and the sharp, irregular crack of its tattered sails. As they drew alongside, the true state of the ship became more apparent. The paint on her hull was streaked with rust and salt, and a long rope trailed from her side, its end lost in the churning water below. DeVoe hailed the ship one last time, his voice swallowed by the vast emptiness. There was no reply. With a grim, shared understanding, the men brought their small boat under the ship's side. DeVoe, as the ranking officer, was the first to go aboard. He grabbed hold of a trailing rope, and with the practiced agility of a lifelong sailor, he hauled himself up the ship's side, his boots finding purchase on the wooden hull. The moment his hands gripped the rail and he pulled himself onto the deck, he stepped from the world of the known into the heart of an enigma. His first impression was one of profound and dreary emptiness. The deck beneath his feet was wet, slick with a mixture of rain and sea spray, but there was no one there to swab it dry. He stood for a moment, listening, his senses on high alert. But there was nothing to hear but the wind and the sea. He was alone. Wright followed him up, and the two men stood in silence on the deserted deck, their presence feeling like an intrusion, a violation of a long and silent vigil. Their eyes began to take in the scene, and what they saw was not a picture of catastrophic disaster, but one of slow, creeping neglect. The ship was a mess, but it was the mess of a house left untended, not one that had been ransacked. The sails were in a terrible state. Some were furled, but others were only partially set, hanging lopsided and torn, flapping uselessly in the breeze. The rigging, the complex network of ropes that controlled the masts and sails, was in disarray. Many lines were slack, and several were hanging over the side, their ends dragging in the ocean. It was clear that the ship had been left to fend for itself in heavy weather, and the elements had taken their toll. As they moved cautiously across the deck, they noted more strange details. The two main cargo hatches, one forward and one aft, were open, but their heavy wooden covers had not been blown off or smashed. They were lying neatly on the deck beside the openings, as if they had been deliberately removed and set aside. This was a crucial and confounding clue. It spoke not of a sudden, violent explosion from the hold, but of a calm, methodical action. Someone had wanted to ventilate the cargo hold, but the most significant and immediately alarming discovery was at the center of the ship. The space above the main hatch, where the vessel's single lifeboat, a small yawl, was normally stored, was empty. The boat was gone. Looking closer, DeVoe saw that the railings on one side of the ship had been removed, the proper procedure for launching the boat in an orderly fashion. It had not been torn from its lashings by a giant wave or a sudden squall. It had been launched, deliberately and with purpose. This single, stark fact confirmed their worst fears. The crew had not been washed overboard. They had not been struck down by a sudden plague. They had left. They had willingly abandoned a large, seaworthy vessel for the terrifying vulnerability of a small, open boat in the middle of the North Atlantic. The question was no longer if the crew was gone, but why. Standing on the wet, silent deck of the Mary Celeste, surrounded by the evidence of a sudden but orderly departure, DeVoe and Wright were faced with a mystery that seemed to defy all logic. What could possibly have terrified 10 experienced people so completely that they would choose the near-minus certain peril of a lifeboat over the relative safety of their ship? Having taken in the desolate scene on deck, First Mate Oliver DeVoe made his way to the companionway that led below. He descended the steep steps, his boots echoing in the confined space, leaving the open air and the sound of the wind behind. As he entered the main cabin, a wave of cold, damp air washed over him. The atmosphere was thick with the smell of seawater and mildew, the scent of a space that had been sealed and soaked. The only light filtered down from the open skylight above, casting a pale, shifting rectangle on the floor, illuminating dust motes dancing in the gloom. This was the heart of the ship, the space that Captain Briggs and his family had called home, and it was here that the mystery deepened into a profound and unsettling paradox. DeVoe's first impression was one of damp, sodden chaos. Everything was wet. The ship had clearly taken on a great deal of water, not from a leak in the hull, but from the sky and the sea itself, pouring in through the hatches and the skylight that had been left open to the elements. The captain's bed was a sodden mattress, completely unfit for sleep, the bedding heavy and cold. A few navigational charts had been tossed from their table by the ship's motion and now lay in a damp, curled pile on the floor. This was the evidence of the ship's untended, 10-day struggle against the sea. But as DeVoe's eyes adjusted to the dim light, a second, far stranger impression began to take hold. Beneath the surface layer of wetness and disarray, there was an astonishing degree of order. This was not the scene of a violent mutiny or frantic, panicked struggle. The captain's clothes, along with his wife's dresses and a pair of woman's overshoes, were still hanging from hooks or neatly stowed in sea chests. There were no signs of a ransacking. Valuables had been left untouched. A small melodone, a type of reed organ, stood against one wall, a silent testament to evenings that might have been filled with quiet music. On a small table sat Sarah Briggs's sewing machine. Later, more fanciful accounts would claim a vial of oil was found standing perfectly upright beside it, a physical impossibility on a rolling ship, but a detail that perfectly captures the strange sense of stillness that pervaded the cabin. What was true was the feeling that its owner had left only moments before. A piece of child's clothing lay nearby, perhaps half finished, the needle still in the fabric. It was a scene of domestic industry abruptly, but not violently, interrupted. It was the evidence of the family's presence that was most poignant. Scattered on the captain's bunk were a few of two-year-old Sophia's toys, small, forgotten objects that spoke of a child's recent, happy presence. In the damp mattress, some accounts say DeVoe could still make out the faint indentation where the little girl's head had rested, a heartbreak intimate trace of the life that had vanished. This was not just a captain's cabin, it was an nursery, a family's private world. And its silent, orderly abandonment was far more chilling than any evidence of violence could have been. Searching further, DeVoe looked under the captain's bed. Here he found the captain's sword, still in its sheath. When he drew it out, he noted some faint stains on the blade, which he took to be rust or some other discoloration from the pervasive dampness. He gave it little thought, replacing it where he found it, unaware that those innocuous marks would later be seized upon by a suspicious prosecutor as evidence of a bloody struggle. As DeVoe stood in the middle of that silent, damp cabin, he was confronted with a series of contradictions that defied easy explanation. The cabin was a mess, yet it was orderly. It was abandoned, yet filled with the personal belongings that people would never willingly leave behind. It was clear that the occupants had left, but there was no sign of the panic or violence that would normally precipitate such a desperate act. It was as if they had been called away from their lives by some urgent, unseen force, a command so absolute that it caused them to drop everything. Their work, their possessions, their very comfort, and walk away. The scene did not speak of a disaster that had already happened, but of a deep and overwhelming fear of a disaster they believed was about to happen. Leaving the unsettling quiet of the captain's cabin, Oliver DeVoe continued his methodical search of the silent ship. He moved forward, his footsteps echoing on the damp planks, towards the forecastle, the cramped, communal space where the 7 crewmen lived and slept. If a violent mutiny had taken place, as some theories would later suggest, this is where the evidence would be most stark. This small, enclosed area would have been the epicenter of any struggle between the officers and the crew. As he entered the forecastle, the same pervasive dampness that filled the captain's cabin greeted him. The space was dark, the air thick and heavy. The crew's bunks lined the walls, their bedding, like the captain's, soaked through from the water that had found its way below decks. But as DeVoe looked around, he found not a scene of bloody violence, but the same baffling contradiction he had found aft. There were no signs of a fight, no overturned furniture, no splintered wood, no stains that could be mistaken for blood. Instead, he found the quiet, abandoned lives of the sailors, packed away in their sea chests. He lifted the lid of one. Inside, the man's clothing was neatly folded, his personal effects, perhaps a letter from home, a small trinket, a spare tin of tobacco, were all there. Most tellingly, the sailors' pipes, their constant companions during the long, quiet hours of a watch, had been left behind. For a 19th-century seaman, his pipe and his sea chest were his most treasured, and often only, worldly possessions. To abandon them was to abandon a part of himself. It was unthinkable that they would have willingly left these items behind if they were deserting the ship or fleeing in a panic. The scene suggested they expected to return. Next, DeVoe made his way to the ship's galley, the small kitchen where the steward, Edward Head, would have worked. Here, at last, was some clear evidence of the violent weather the ship had endured. The heavy iron stove had been knocked from its place, dislodged by the powerful lurching of the vessel during the storm. Some pots and other cooking utensils were scattered around it, a small pocket of chaos. Yet, once again, this evidence of nature's violence was set against a backdrop of human order. While some items were strewn about, the majority of the galley equipment, the plates, the cups, the cutlery, had been washed and neatly stowed away in their racks and cupboards. There was no food being prepared, no half-eaten meal left on a table to grow cold. This simple fact directly contradicted the more sensational versions of the story that would later emerge. Tales of still minus warm cups of tea and breakfasts left Uniten. The reality was far more mundane, and therefore far more mysterious. The crew had finished their last meal, cleaned up after themselves, and put everything away in its proper place. Their final actions on board were not those of men in a drunken rage or a panicked flight, but of a disciplined crew following their daily routine. As DeVoe completed his tour of the living quarters, the picture became clearer. Yet the mystery only deepened. He had found a ship that was thoroughly wet and battered by the sea, but untouched by human violence. He had found the abandoned possessions of 10 people, who seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving behind everything they owned. The evidence overwhelmingly argued against the most obvious explanations. It was not a mutiny. The crew's belongings were undisturbed, and there were no signs of a struggle. It was not piracy. The valuable cargo of alcohol was intact, as were the personal savings and effects of the captain and crew. The state of the ship pointed to something far stranger. It suggested a sudden, urgent, but orderly evacuation. The crew had time to clean the galley, but left behind their foul-minus weather gear and boots, essential for survival in a small boat. They had time to properly launch the lifeboat, but did not take the ship's logbook, though they did take the captain's navigational instruments. It was a departure full of contradictions, a puzzle where none of the pieces seemed to fit. Standing on that lonely deck, DeVoe was no closer to an answer. He only knew that 10 people, for reasons he could not begin to fathom, had made the deliberate choice to step off their solid, seaworthy ship and into a small boat, rowing away into the vast, unforgiving emptiness of the Atlantic Ocean. Oliver DeVoe's search had so far painted a picture of profound contradiction. A ship that was both orderly and in disarray, abandoned but filled with the intimate possessions of its crew. He had catalogued what was left behind: the clothes, the pipes, the food, the toys. Now, his investigation turned to a more subtle, and perhaps more telling line of inquiry. What had been taken? In the silent, damp cabins of the Mary Celeste, the empty spaces spoke as loudly as the objects that remained. He moved from the main cabin into the smaller, adjoining space that would have served as the mate's cabin in the ship's navigational heart. This was where the captain and his first mate would have spent countless hours hunched over charts, plotting their course through the vast, featureless ocean. It was the brain of the vessel, and Devoe found that it had been selectively lobotomized. On a shelf, there was an empty wooden box, its velvet lining indented with the ghost of the instrument it was built to protect. The ship's chronometer, a timepiece of exquisite accuracy essential for calculating longitude, was gone. Nearby, another space was empty. The captain's sextant, the elegant brass instrument used to measure the angle of the sun and stars against the horizon, was also missing. To a land-minus dweller, these might seem like minor thefts. To a sailor like Devoe, their absence was a thunderclap. A captain's sextant and chronometer were not just tools, they were extensions of his mind, the instruments through which he translated the abstract language of the heavens into a precise position on a chart. They were the keys to survival in the open ocean. A ship could lose its sails, its rudder, even its masts, but as long as the captain had these instruments and the knowledge to use them, he could find his way. To abandon them was unthinkable. To take them, however, meant only one thing: Captain Briggs had intended to continue navigating, just not from the deck of the Mary Celeste. The pattern continued. The ship's navigation book, which contained the crucial charts and tables needed to make sense of the sextant's readings, was also gone. This was the third piece of the navigational puzzle, removed with the same deliberate purpose. This was not the work of a panicked man grabbing random items. This was the careful, methodical selection of a professional mariner equipping himself for a voyage. It was the act of a man who, facing an unknown terror, had fallen back on the core of his training. He was preparing to guide his family and crew through the wilderness of the ocean, but in a vessel far more fragile than the one he was leaving behind. Devoe's eyes fell upon the desk in the mate's cabin. Here lay another contradiction. The ship's official logbook, the bound volume where the daily entries from the slate were meant to be permanently recorded, was still there. But the ship's register, its official papers of identity, was missing. Again, the choice was bafflingly logical. The logbook was a record of a journey that was, for all intents and purposes, over. But the ship's register was its passport, a document that might be needed if, by some miracle, they reached a distant shore and had to prove their identity and the legitimacy of their vessel. Drawn by a final, nagging thought, Devoe returned to the main deck, making his way to the ship's helm. Here, he found perhaps the most stark and unambiguous clue of all. The binnacle, the handsome wooden housing that protected the ship's main compass, had been knocked from its fastenings and lay toppled on its side. Its glass cover was shattered, likely from the fall. But when Devoe looked inside, he saw that the compass itself, the heavy, gimbal lead instrument that always pointed true north, was gone. A storm could knock over a binnacle. A giant wave could shatter its glass. But no force of nature could have so neatly removed the compass from within its housing. It had been taken. It was the final, essential piece of equipment for anyone hoping to navigate a small, open boat across hundreds of miles of ocean. Standing there on the silent, empty deck, all the pieces clicked into place for Oliver Deveau. This was not a story of mutiny or monsters. This was the story of a planned and orderly, if desperate, evacuation. Captain Briggs, a man known for his calm and competence, had faced some threat so profound, so terrifying that he had made the calculated decision to commit his wife, his child, and his crew to the terrifying lottery of a lifeboat. He had equipped that small boat with the holy trinity of navigation: a sextant, a chronometer, and a compass. He had taken the ship's papers. He had prepared for a new voyage. Unanswered question that hung in the salty air was what could have possibly convinced him that this suicidal gamble was a better option than remaining on the solid decks of his own sturdy, seaworthy ship. Oliver Devoe's methodical inspection had so far revealed a ship abandoned in a state of profound contradiction. He had found order within chaos, personal belongings left behind while essential tools were taken. Now he turned his attention from the living quarters to the very heart of the vessel's physical integrity: its hold and its pumps. If there was a rational explanation for abandoning a seaworthy ship, it would likely be found here, in the dark, cavernous space below the main deck, where the ship's buoyancy and its cargo resided. On the deck, near one of the open hatches, Deveau had already noticed a small but significant clue: a makeshift sounding rod, lying where it had been dropped. It was a simple tool, likely fashioned by one of the crew, for the sole purpose of measuring the amount of water in the ship's hold. Its presence was a clear indication that, shortly before they left, someone had been urgently concerned about flooding. They needed to know how much water the ship had taken on. With this in mind, Deveau and his men made their way to the ship's pumps to get a reading for themselves. After some effort, they determined that there was indeed a significant amount of water sloshing in the bilge, about 3.5 feet in total. To a landsman, this might sound catastrophic, a sure sign of a sinking ship. But for a wooden vessel of this size, which had just endured 2 weeks of heavy weather, it was not an immediately life-threatening amount. It was a problem, certainly, but one that a healthy crew with functioning equipment should have been able to manage. The ship was by no means foundering. This fact only deepened the mystery. Why would an experienced captain like Briggs panic over a manageable amount of water? The answer, or at least a part of it, lay in Devoe's next discovery. Perhaps the most bizarre and telling clue found on the entire vessel. The Mary Celeste was equipped with 2 bilge pumps, the mechanical hearts that allowed the crew to expel the water that inevitably collected in the hold. As Deveau examined them, he found that one of the 2 pumps had been disassembled. Its components were laid out carefully on the deck, a clear sign that someone had been in the middle of attempting a repair when they were interrupted. This was not damage from a storm. A wave could not so neatly take apart a heavy iron pump. This was a deliberate, human act. It meant that Captain Briggs and his crew were facing a critical mechanical failure. With only one pump operational, their ability to control the water in the hold was cut in half. And if that remaining pump was struggling, they were in serious trouble. The 3.5 feet of water was no longer a manageable problem, was a rising threat that they were losing the ability to fight. Later investigations would speculate on the cause of the pump's failure. On her previous voyage, the Mary Celeste had carried a cargo of coal, and it's possible that residual coal dust, mixed with sawdust and debris from the recent, extensive refit, had clogged the pump's intake, forcing the crew to take it apart to clear the blockage. This single, disassembled pump changed the entire complexion of the mystery. The crew was not fleeing from a phantom threat or a supernatural terror. They were grappling with a very real, very tangible crisis. They knew there was water in the hold. They knew they couldn't rely on their primary means of removing it. The sounding rod found on deck was the tool of a worried crew trying to assess the scale of the problem. The disassembled pump was the evidence of their desperate and ultimately failed attempt to solve it. This convergence of problems, a significant amount of water in the hold, a broken pump, and the recent memory of a violent storm, created a perfect storm of its own, a storm of uncertainty. Captain Briggs, unable to accurately gauge how quickly his ship was flooding, may have been forced to consider the unthinkable. The silent, abandoned ship was beginning to tell a new story, not of ghosts or pirates, but of a cascade of mechanical failures, a series of unfortunate events that could lead a prudent man to make a fatal miscalculation. The 3 men from the Dei Gratia clambered back down into their small yawl, their movements heavy with the weight of what they had seen. As they pushed off from the hull of the Mary Celeste, the ghost ship seemed to watch them go, its empty decks and tattered sails a silent, sorrowful tableau. The row back to their own vessel was a journey through a profound and unsettling silence, broken only by the rhythmic splash of the oars and the steady sigh of the wind. No one spoke. There was nothing to say that could capture the sheer strangeness of the world they had just left. Each man was lost in his own thoughts, trying to piece together the confounding puzzle of the abandoned ship. As they drew closer, the Dei Gratia appeared as a beacon of normalcy in the vast, gray ocean. The sight of their own crewmates lining the rail, their faces filled with anxious curiosity, was a welcome return to a world that made sense. The contrast was stark, one ship alive with human presence, the other a hollow, lifeless shell. The short stretch of water between the 2 vessels felt like a chasm separating the living from a place where life had inexplicably ceased. Once the yawl was secured and they were back on the solid, familiar deck of their own ship, First Mate Oliver DeVoe made his way directly to the quarterdeck, where Captain David Morehouse waited. The rest of the crew stood at a respectful distance, their silence a testament to the gravity of the moment. Morehouse's face was a mask of concern, his eyes searching DeVoe's for an answer. DeVoe, a professional seaman reporting to his captain, began his account. He spoke in a low, factual tone, laying out the evidence piece by piece, as if presenting findings at a formal inquiry. He confirmed that the ship was utterly deserted. There was not a soul on board. He described the state of the decks, the tattered sails, and the open hatches. He recounted the strange, paradoxical condition of the cabins below, the pervasive dampness and disorder caused by the elements, set against the underlying order of neatly stowed clothes and personal effects. He told of the captain's cabin, with the child's toys and the sewing machine, a scene of domestic life abruptly frozen in time. He then moved to the crucial missing items. The ship's only lifeboat was gone, he reported, and the rails had been removed to launch it properly. The captain's most vital navigational instruments, the sextant and the chronometer, were also missing, as was the ship's compass. Yet the logbook remained. He detailed the 3.5 feet of water in the hold, a significant but not critical amount for a ship of that size, and finally, he delivered the most baffling clue of all. One of the 2 bilge pumps had been deliberately taken apart, its pieces laid out on the deck, a clear sign of a mechanical failure the crew had been trying to fix. Captain Morehouse listened in silence, his expression growing grimmer with each new detail. The report confirmed his worst fears and presented a mystery that defied all rational explanation. His friend, Benjamin Briggs, a man he knew to be a competent and cautious captain, had abandoned a perfectly seaworthy ship. Why? The evidence pointed not to a single catastrophic event, but to a cascade of problems and a final, inexplicable decision. With DeVoe's report finished, a heavy silence hung over the quarterdeck. Morehouse was now faced with a difficult and momentous choice. He could sail away, leaving the Mary Celeste to her fate, a ghost ship destined to founder in the next storm. Or he could attempt to salvage her. Under maritime law, the crew that brings a derelict vessel safely to port is entitled to a significant portion of the value of the ship and its cargo. Mary Celeste and her hold full of alcohol represented a substantial sum, but the risks were immense. To salvage the ship, he would have to split his own crew, weakening his ability to safely sail the Dei Gratia. He would be sending a handful of his men to man a larger, damaged vessel across hundreds of miles of open, unpredictable ocean. It was a decision that weighed the lives of his men against the prospect of a great reward. After a period of intense consideration and a discussion with his first mate, Morehouse made his choice. He would take the risk. He turned to DeVoe, a man he trusted implicitly, who had skippered a ship before. He proposed that DeVoe take to seamen and attempt to sail the Mary Celeste the 800 miles to Gibraltar. DeVoe, despite the clear dangers, agreed. The decision was made. That evening, a skeleton crew would board the ghost ship, not just as investigators, but as her new masters, tasked with guiding the silent, mysterious vessel back into the world of the living. As dusk began to settle over the Atlantic, casting long, dark shadows across the restless waves, a new chapter in the strange saga of the Mary Celeste began. The decision had been made. First Mate Oliver DeVoe, accompanied by 2 of his crewmates from the Dei Gratia, Augustus Anderson and Charles Lund, prepared to take command of the ghost ship. This was no longer a brief, exploratory visit. They were committing themselves to the silent, waterlogged vessel, tasked with nursing her across 800 miles of open ocean to the port of Gibraltar. They rowed back across the darkening water, the small boat rising and falling on the swell. The Mary Celeste awaited them, a black silhouette against the fading light. Climbing aboard this time felt different. The initial shock and morbid curiosity had been replaced by a sense of grim ownership and heavy responsibility. The ship was theirs now, along with its secrets and its sorrows. The three men stood on the deserted deck, a tiny skeleton crew on a vessel built for 3 times their number. The profound emptiness of the ship pressing in on them. Their first task was a daunting one: to make the ship habitable and seaworthy. The most immediate challenge was the 3.5 feet of water sloshing in the hold. They set to work on the one functioning pump. The rhythmic clank and suck of the machine a welcome, man-minus made sound in the unnerving quiet. It was back-minus breaking, monotonous labor that continued for hours, a slow, arduous battle to reclaim the ship from the sea. As they worked, the sun disappeared completely, and the ship was plunged into a deep, starless darkness, lit only by the faint glow of their lanterns. That first night on board must have been an experience of profound unease. Every creak of the ship's timbers, every sigh of the wind through the tattered rigging, would have sounded like a footstep or a whisper. They were living in a dead man's ship, sleeping in bunks that had been abandoned by sailors who had vanished. They were acutely aware that they were occupying a space where a terrible and inexplicable event had occurred. The mystery was not an abstract puzzle to them. It was a palpable presence, a cold spot in the air of every cabin. As the new day dawned, the hard work continued. With the hold finally pumped dry, they turned their attention to the deck. The tangled mess of ropes had to be sorted, the damaged rigging secured, and the tattered sails either repaired or taken down. DeVoe, who had captained a ship before, directed the work with a quiet competence, but it was a monumental task for just 3 men. They were constantly aware of their sister ship, the Arcadian, Dei Gratia, sailing nearby, a reassuring presence on the horizon. Captain Morehouse kept his vessel in sight of the Mary Celeste, 2 lonely companions moving slowly across the vast ocean, linked by a shared, strange purpose. For the next several days, the 2 ships sailed in a loose, watchful convoy. The journey was slow and arduous. The Mary Celeste, with her damaged sails and the difficulty of managing her with such a small crew, was sluggish and unresponsive. DeVoe and his men were stretched to their limits, standing long watches, constantly wrestling with the helm to keep the ship on course and snatching sleep whenever they could. They were sailors, and this was their work, but the psychological toll was immense. They were sailing a ghost ship, and the weight of its silent story was their constant companion. The journey to Gibraltar had begun, but the most difficult part still lay ahead. For several days, the 2 ships, the Dei Gratia and the Mary Celeste, moved across the ocean in a slow, watchful partnership. The sight of the Dei Gratia on the horizon was a constant source of comfort, For Oliver Deveau and his two companions, it was their lifeline, a visible link to a world of order and safety. Though their work was exhausting, a relentless cycle of pumping, steering, and mending, it was manageable. They were making slow but steady progress eastward, their shared goal of Gibraltar drawing nearer with each passing day. The Mary Celeste, under their command, was no longer a ghost ship, but a wounded vessel being patiently nursed back to health. But the Atlantic is a realm of constant change, and the period of relative calm was not destined to last. A new weather system began to gather in the west. The sky, which had been a clear, high blue, took on a hard, metallic sheen. The wind began to rise again, its voice changing from a steady hum to a low, mournful howl that resonated through the rigging. The sea grew dark and agitated, its surface streaked with the first whitecaps of the approaching storm. For Deveau and his men, the signs were unmistakable and deeply unwelcome. They had heard this song before, but now the circumstances were terrifyingly different. They were not a full crew on a sound ship. They were 3 men on a damaged vessel, already pushed to the limits of their endurance. As the storm gathered strength, the 2 ships began to struggle. The Dei Gratia, fully crewed and in good repair, could shorten her sails and prepare for the onslaught with practiced efficiency. On the Mary Celeste, however, the situation was far more precarious. Every maneuver that would take a full crew minutes to perform became a long, arduous struggle for the 3 men. They wrestled with the stiff, heavy canvas, their muscles aching, their movements slowed by fatigue. The distance between the 2 ships began to widen as the Dei Gratia pulled ahead, better able to handle the worsening conditions. The comforting sight of their sister ship became a smaller and smaller speck on a horizon that was rapidly disappearing into a wall of gray mist and rain. Then the storm hit. It descended upon them with a furious, violent roar, engulfing the small ship in a world of churning water and shrieking wind. Rain, driven almost horizontally, lashed the decks, stinging their faces and reducing visibility to near zero. The Mary Celeste, with her tattered sails and sluggish response, was tossed about mercilessly. The deck was constantly awash with green water, making every step a treacherous gamble. The 3 men fought with a desperate, focused intensity, their entire world shrinking to the immediate, life minus or minus death struggle of keeping their vessel afloat. In the chaos of the storm, they lost sight of the Dei Gratia. One moment she was a faint, distant shape, battling the waves. The next, she was simply gone, swallowed by the swirling gray curtain of rain and sea spray. A profound and terrible sense of isolation descended upon the 3 men. They were now truly, utterly alone. They were adrift on a ghost ship, in the heart of a gale, hundreds of miles from the nearest land. The umbilical cord that had connected them to safety had been severed. The psychological weight of their situation was immense. As they fought the storm, they were not just battling the waves, they were battling the ship's own dark history. They were now facing the very same conditions that Captain Briggs and his crew had endured. every time a huge wave crashed over the bow, sending a shudder through the ship. They must have wondered, was this the moment? Was this the sound, the jolt? The sudden influx of water that had caused a good captain to abandon his vessel? The mystery they were sailing in was no longer an abstract puzzle. It was a living, breathing presence, its cold breath on the back of their necks. They were fighting for their lives on a ship that another, larger crew had already deemed hopeless. It was a battle fought on two fronts, one against the fury of the ocean, and another against the quiet, creeping fear that they were simply reliving the first act of an inescapable tragedy. After days of battling the storm alone, the sight of land was a profound relief for Oliver Deveau and his two exhausted crewmen. The Rock of Gibraltar, rising sheer and majestic from the sea, was a symbol of safety, order, and the end of their harrowing ordeal. On the evening of December 12, 1872, they spotted the familiar lights of the Dei Gratia, which had, by some miracle of navigation and seamsham, also survived the gale and arrived in the bay ahead of them. A wave of exhaustion and gratitude washed over the three men. They had done it. They had nursed the ghost ship through the storm and brought her to the threshold of a safe harbor. The Dei Gratia dropped anchor that evening, her crew weary but safe. Captain Morehouse immediately reported his discovery to the authorities, and the news of a derelict vessel being brought in began to spread through the waterfront community. Mary Celeste, however, remained outside the main harbor for the night, her skeleton crew too exhausted to attempt the final maneuvers in the dark. She sat at anchor in the bay, a dark, silent shape against the twinkling lights of the town, her long, strange journey almost at an end. The next morning, on Friday, December 13th, the Mary Celeste made her final, sorrowful entrance into the world of men. With Deveau at the helm, she limped into the busy port of Gibraltar. The harbor was a stark contrast to the empty ocean she had inhabited for so long. It was a bustling, crowded place, filled with steamships, naval frigates, and merchant vessels from every corner of the globe. The air was thick with the sounds of civilization, the clang of hammers from shipyards, the shouts of vendors, the rumble of carts, and the murmur of a dozen different languages. Into this scene of vibrant, noisy life sailed the silent, battered brigantine. Her appearance immediately drew stares from the sailors and merchants on the other ships and along the quayside. They saw her tattered sails, her damaged rigging, and the strange, unnerving emptiness of her decks. A ship arriving in such a state was not an uncommon sight after a bad storm, but there was something different about the Mary Celeste. It was the profound stillness, the lack of a full crew moving about her decks, that marked her as something other, something deeply wrong. The arrival of a derelict vessel in a major British naval port was a serious legal matter. The ship was immediately taken into the custody of the Vice-Admiralty Court, a powerful legal body responsible for all maritime affairs in the colony. The man who stepped aboard to take official possession was the Marshal of the Court, an imposing figure named T.J. With his arrival, Mary Celeste ceased to be simply a salvaged ship. She became evidence, She was placed under arrest, a legal term meaning she was seized by the court pending a formal inquiry. A guard was posted on her deck, and no one was allowed on or off without the court's permission. The mystery had now passed from the hands of sailors into the hands of lawyers and officials. The questions were no longer just whispered between concerned friends on the high seas. They were about to be asked under oath in a formal courtroom. The story of the Mary Celeste began to spread like wildfire through the taverns, shipping offices, and drawing rooms of Gibraltar. Rumors and wild theories took flight. Was it piracy? A bloody mutiny? Had the crew of the De Gradia themselves played some sinister role in the affair? The ghost ship, now moored securely under the watchful eye of the British Empire, had become a local sensation and was on the verge of becoming an international obsession. Its silent decks and empty cabins held a secret, and the world was now demanding an answer. With the Mary Celeste now safely moored in the harbor of Gibraltar, under the watchful eye of the British Admiralty, the first phase of her strange story came to a close. The long, lonely drift, the chance discovery, and the perilous journey to port were over. The ship was no longer a ghost on the open ocean. She was now a piece of evidence, a silent, waterlogged enigma that had brought its confounding questions into the heart of civilization. Before the lawyers and officials began their formal inquiry, before theories were spun and accusations were made, it is worth pausing to stand on her quiet deck and take stock of the mystery as it presented itself. The ship, in her very state, was a collection of profound and unsettling contradictions. First, and most fundamentally, was the paradox of a sound ship abandoned. Mary Celeste was not a sinking wreck. She had water in her hold, yes, but not an amount that a competent crew with working pumps couldn't handle. She had suffered damage to her sails and rigging, but this was the predictable result of being left untended in heavy weather, not the cause of her abandonment. The men of the De Gradia, a skeleton crew of only 3, had successfully sailed her 800 miles to port. She was, as one of them would later testify, a vessel fit to go round the world. Why then had her own full crew of 10 deemed her hopeless? Second was the baffling mixture of chaos and order. The ship was a thoroughly wet mess, a testament to the storms she had endured alone. The cabins were damp, the bedding soaked, and some items had been tossed about by the violent motion of the sea. Yet beneath this superficial layer of weather-beaten disorder lay a deep and abiding sense of human discipline. The galley equipment was washed and stowed. The sailors' sea chests were packed with their neatly folded clothes. The cargo was secure in the hold. This was not the scene of a panicked flight or a violent struggle. It was the scene of a routine life, methodically lived, right up until the moment it inexplicably stopped. Third was the strange inventory of what was taken versus what was left behind. The crew had vanished, leaving almost all their worldly possessions, their money, their pipes, their warm clothing, and foul-minus weather gear items essential for survival. The ship's larder was full, with a 6-month supply of food and water left untouched. Yet, a very specific and telling list of items was missing. The ship's single lifeboat was gone, and with it, the captain's most vital tools of navigation, his sextant, his chronometer, and the ship's compass. It was a choice that defied simple logic. They had left behind the means of survival, but had taken the means of navigation. It was as if they had planned for a journey, but not for the hardships that journey would inevitably entail. Finally, there was the most profound contradiction of all: the complete absence of any evidence of human violence. In the 19th century, the sea was a lawless place, and the immediate assumption for any such mystery was foul play, mutiny, or piracy. But the Mary Celeste bore no such scars. There were no signs of a fight, no bloodstains, no bodies. The valuable cargo was intact, and the crew's personal effects were untouched. The very peacefulness of the scene was what made it so terrifying. It stripped away the easy answers, leaving behind a much deeper and more disturbing puzzle. This was the silent enigma that now sat at anchor under the Rock of Gibraltar. It was a mystery centered not on an event, but on a decision. The central question was not what disaster had befallen the ship, but what perceived disaster had driven a competent, respected, and sober captain like Benjamin Briggs to make the most desperate gamble of his life. What threat, what terrifying piece of knowledge could have convinced him that the cold, unforgiving waves of the Atlantic, in a small, open boat, were a safer place for his wife and 2-year-old child than the solid decks of his own vessel? The answer was not written in the ship's log or carved into her timbers, if it existed at all. It lay in the silent testimony of the ship itself, waiting for someone to read it correctly. The mystery of the Mary Celeste, having been born in the lonely expanse of the mid-Atlantic, now moved indoors into the formal, wood-paneled confines of the British Vice-Admiralty Court in Gibraltar. The salvage hearing began on December 17, 1872, presided over by the Chief Justice, Sir James Cochrane. A salvage hearing is typically a dry, procedural affair designed to determine a fair reward for those who risk their own lives and property to save a vessel from peril. But from the very first moments, it was clear that this would be no ordinary case. The empty ship, the vanished crew, and the strange collection of clues had transformed a simple legal matter into a full-blown criminal investigation, and the man leading the charge was not a detective, but a lawyer with a powerful imagination and an unshakable belief in his own convictions. His name was Frederick Solly Flood, and he held the formidable titles of Attorney General for Gibraltar in Her Majesty's Office of the Admiralty. He was, in essence, the Crown's chief legal officer in the colony, a man whose duty it was to protect the interests of the British Empire in all maritime matters. Solly Flood was a man of his time and station, imperious, confident, and utterly convinced of the righteousness of his own judgment. From the moment he heard the strange tale of the Mary Celeste, he dismissed any notion of accident or misfortune. He was a man who saw conspiracy and malice where others saw only confusion, and he approached the case not with an open mind, but with the zealous conviction of a prosecutor who had already decided on the crime and was now merely searching for the culprits. Solly-Flood's investigation began immediately and with great vigor. He ordered a thorough inspection of the Mary Celeste, carried out by a shipping surveyor named John Austin and a diver, Ricardo Portunatu, who was tasked with examining the ship's hull for any signs of a collision. But Solly-Flood's interest lay less in the ship's seaworthiness and more in finding evidence to support the theory that was already taking shape in his mind. His first and most sensational hypothesis was one of drunken, murderous mutiny. He envisioned a scene of savage brutality. The German crewmen, he theorized, had somehow broken into the cargo of industrial alcohol, and in a state of drunken fury, had risen up against their officers. He painted a grim picture for the crew, their minds inflamed by the poisonous spirits, murdering the respectable Captain Briggs, his wife Sarah, their innocent to -year-old daughter, and the loyal first mate, Albert Richardson. They had then, in his version of events, thrown the bodies overboard and fled in the lifeboat, leaving the ship to its fate. It was a dramatic and horrifying narrative, and Solly-Flood began to bend the physical evidence to fit it. He seized upon the faint reddish stains that Oliver Deveau had noted on the captain's sword, which had been found under the bed. To Solly-Flood, this was not rust from the pervasive damp, it was blood, carefully wiped but not entirely removed. He found other similar stains on the ship's rail, along with a deep cut in the wood, which he declared was a mark made by a sharp axe or sword during the struggle. These small, ambiguous marks became, in his telling, the undeniable proof of a violent and bloody confrontation. He was a man possessed by his theory, a bloodhound on a scent that only he could detect. His suspicion was all-encompassing. He did not just suspect the vanished German crew, he also cast a dark shadow of doubt over the very men who had brought the ship to safety. He found it highly suspicious that Captain Morehouse and the crew of the Dei Gratia stood to gain a significant financial reward for salvaging the vessel. The fact that Morehouse and Briggs were friends only fueled his conspiratorial thinking. Perhaps, he mused, it was all a carefully orchestrated plot. The Gibraltar courtroom, which should have been a place of sober, logical inquiry, was thus transformed into a theater for Solly-Flood's dramatic and increasingly elaborate accusations. He was not just an investigator, he was becoming the story's first and most influential storyteller, and the tale he was weaving was one of treachery, violence, and greed. The truth of the Mary Celeste was already beginning to recede, obscured by the fog of a powerful man's unshakable and deeply flawed convictions. As the Gibraltar hearings progressed, the foundations of Frederick Solly-Flood's initial theory began to crumble under the weight of simple facts. His dramatic vision of a drunken mutiny, while compelling with the evidence, it was quickly established that the industrial alcohol in the hold was denatured, a poisonous and unpalatable substance that no sailor would willingly drink in large quantities. Furthermore, Testimonials to the good character of Captain Briggs and his hand-picked crew began to arrive from America, painting a picture not of disgruntled ruffians, but of sober, competent professionals. The idea of them erupting into a murderous, drunken rage seemed increasingly far-fetched, but a man like Solly-Flood was not easily deterred by inconvenient facts. His conviction that a crime had been committed was absolute. If the crew of the Mary Celeste were not the villains, then his suspicions simply shifted its focus. It settled, with an intense and unwavering glare, upon the very men who had brought the ghost ship to port. Captain David Morehouse and the crew of the Dei Gratia. In Solly-Flood's mind, a new, even more sinister narrative began to take shape. The key, he believed, was the salvage money. The Mary Celeste and her valuable cargo were worth a considerable sum, around $46,000 in total, and under maritime law, the Salvo RS were entitled to a significant percentage. To Solly-Flood, this was a motive powerful enough to drive men to the most heinous of crimes. He began to construct a conspiracy theory of breathtaking audacity. He proposed that Captain Morehouse, far from being a chance rescuer, was a predator who had stalked the Adias Mary Celeste across the Atlantic. The fact that Morehouse and Briggs were known to be friends did not dissuade him. On the contrary, it added a layer of diabolical treachery to his theory. He imagined a scenario where Morehouse, using his friendship as a lure, had somehow gained access to the Mary Celeste on the high seas. Perhaps he had invited Briggs aboard his own ship under some friendly pretext. Once the two crews were intermingled, Morehouse and his men had, in Solly-Flood's telling, murdered all 10 souls from the Mary Celeste: Briggs, his wife, his daughter, and his 7 crewmen, and cast their bodies into the ocean. They had then, he argued, inflicted some minor cosmetic damage on the ship to make her look as though she had been through a storm, before sailing her to Gibraltar to claim their blood-soaked reward. It was a theory built on pure speculation, lacking a single shred of direct evidence. It ignored the logistical impossibility of the slower Dei Gratia, which had left New York 8 days later, catching up to the Mary Celeste so easily. It also ignored the simple financial logic that Captain Briggs, as a part-minus owner of the vessel, stood to gain far more from a successful voyage than from any share of a salvage award. But Solly-Flood was not interested in logic that contradicted his narrative. He now began to reinterpret the physical evidence through this new, dark lens. The faint reddish stains on the captain's sword and the ship's rail were no longer the result of a mutiny. They were the traces of the massacre perpetrated by the crew of the Dei Gratia. The deep cut on the rail was not from a crewman's axe, but from the weapon of one of Morehouse's men, as they fought to overcome their victims. Every piece of the puzzle was twisted to fit his preconceived picture of guilt. The crew of the Dei Gratia, who had risked their lives to bring the derelict ship to port, now found themselves in the bewildering and terrifying position of being the prime suspects in a mass murder investigation. They were subjected to intense and hostile questioning by Solly-Flood, their every statement scrutinized for inconsistencies, their characters implicitly maligned. The salvage hearing had devolved into a witch hunt, driven by the unshakable certainty of one powerful and deeply mistaken man. The quiet, sorrowful mystery of the inn. Mary Celeste was being drowned out by the loud, confident, and utterly baseless accusations of conspiracy. Back in the Gibraltar courtroom, the air was thick with the dramatic and sinister theories spun by Attorney General Frederick Solly-Flood. His narratives of drunken mutiny and murderous conspiracy, delivered with the unshakable confidence of a man certain of his own conclusions, had cast a dark shadow over the proceedings. He had presented his evidence: the reddish stains on the captain's sword, the cut on the ship's rail, and the overarching motive of greed or drunken rage. To Solly-Flood, the case was all but closed. He had his crime and his criminals. But science and logic, two forces far less swayed by emotion and narrative, were about to have their say. The cornerstone of Solly-Flood's case for violence rested on those faint stains. He had declared them to be blood, the silent witnesses to a brutal struggle. To confirm his suspicions, he called upon a local expert, Dr. J., to conduct a scientific analysis of the marks found on the deck and on the blade of Captain Briggs's sword. Solly-Flood awaited the results, likely expecting a triumphant confirmation that would seal the fate of the men he suspected. The results, when they came, were not what he expected. Dr. Patron, using the most advanced microscopic and chemical tests available at the time, examined the samples with meticulous care. His conclusion was unequivocal. Whatever the stains were, they were not blood. The marks on the sword, which Solly-Flood had imagined were the traces of a desperate defense by Captain Briggs, were found to be nothing more than rust, mixed with some other unidentifiable substance. The supposed bloodstains on the ship's rail were similarly debunked. Further analysis suggested that the discoloration on the sword was likely the result of it having been cleaned with lemon juice, a common practice for removing rust from steel. The acidic juice reacting with the metal could produce a reddish-brown residue that, to an untrained and suspicious eye, might resemble dried blood. The sharp cut on the rail was likewise determined to be consistent with the normal wear and tear of a working vessel, not the mark of a sword or an axe from a violent confrontation. With a single, quiet, scientific report, the physical evidence for Solly-Flood's entire theory of violence evaporated, with the blood proven to be a fiction. The motive for the supposed mutiny also came under scrutiny. Solly-Flood's theory depended on the idea of the crew breaking into the cargo and becoming murderously drunk. But this, too, failed to stand up to basic facts. The cargo was not fine brandy or rum, it was 701 barrels of denatured industrial alcohol. This meant that additives had been mixed into the raw spirit to make it poisonous, foul-smelling, and nauseating, specifically to prevent the very thing Solly-Flood was suggesting. While a desperate man might try to drink it, it was certainly not the sort of beverage that would fuel a celebratory, drunken rampage. Furthermore, testimonials continued to arrive from New York, attesting to the impeccable records of Captain Briggs and his crew. They were known as sober, reliable, and professional seamen, not the sort of men prone to violent insurrection. As his first theory dissolved, Solly-Flood's accusations against Captain Morehouse and the crew of the Dei Gratia were also met with cold, hard logic. The idea that the slower Dei Gratia, which had left port 8 days after the Mary Celeste, could have somehow stalked and overtaken her faster counterpart was a logistical fantasy. And the notion that Captain Briggs would conspire with Morehouse to defraud the insurers was even more absurd. Briggs was a 1-3rd owner of the Ile, Mary Celeste. His share of the profits from a successful voyage to Genoa would have far exceeded any portion of a salvage award he might have hoped to gain from such a convoluted and risky scheme. After 3 long months, the Gibraltar hearings finally concluded in March 1873. The court, presided over by the patient Sir James Cochrane, had listened to all of Solly-Flood's theories and had examined all the evidence. The official judgment was clear: there was no evidence whatsoever to support any theory of foul play. Captain Morehouse and the crew of the Dei Gratia were formally cleared of any wrongdoing. The court even commended them for their courage and skill in bringing the derelict vessel safely to port. However, the damage had been done. Solly-Flood's relentless and highly publicized accusations had created a cloud of suspicion that was difficult to dispel entirely. This was reflected in the final salvage award. Instead of receiving a substantial percentage of the ship and cargo's $46,000 value, the court awarded the crew of the Dei Gratia a paltry £1,700, roughly 1-6th of the total amount. It was a legal victory, but a hollow one. The low sum suggested that while the court could find no proof of guilt, the lingering doubts planted by the Attorney General had prevented them from being fully accepted as innocent heroes. The official inquiry was over, but the mystery, now stripped of its most sensational and violent explanations, was deeper and more profound than ever. With the Gibraltar court having dismissed Frederick Solly-Flood's elaborate theories of mutiny and conspiracy, the mystery of the Mary Celeste was, in a sense, returned to its original state of pure, unanswered questions. The official inquiry had closed, but the public's fascination had only just begun. Stripped of a simple human villain, the story became a blank canvas onto which a host of other, more sensational, unimaginative theories could be projected. When rational explanations fail, the human mind often turns to its oldest and most primal fears: the violence of men and the monsters of the deep. One of the most persistent and popular theories at the time was that the Mary Celeste had fallen victim to pirates. The word itself conjures images of swashbuckling raiders, of violent boardings on the high seas, and of crews forced to walk the plank in the 19th century. Tales of piracy were still a part of the living memory of the sea, particularly tales of the Barbary pirates who had once terrorized the Mediterranean trade routes. It was an easy and dramatic explanation for the disappearance of 10 people. Perhaps, the theory went, a pirate vessel had overtaken the Mary Celeste, murdered the crew, and made off with the lifeboat, only to be scared away before they could plunder the cargo. But like Solly-Flood's theories, The pirate hypothesis quickly disintegrates under logical scrutiny. By the 1872, the powerful presence of the British Royal Navy had made piracy in the North Atlantic exceedingly rare. More importantly, the physical evidence on the aviance on the Mary Celeste directly contradicted the fundamental motive of any pirate. The goal of piracy is profit. A pirate crew would have, at the very least, looted the ship of its most valuable and easily transportable assets. Yet on the Mary Celeste, the personal belongings of the crew, including their money, were left untouched. The captain's cabin, with its fine clothes and personal effects, was not ransacked. Most tellingly, the cargo of 1701 barrels of industrial alcohol, a valuable commodity, was still in the hold. The idea of pirates murdering 10 people only to leave behind the very treasure they sought is simply illogical. When the specter of human violence was dispelled, the public imagination turned to a different kind of predator, one that rose not from the ports of men but from the dark, unexplored depths of the ocean itself. This was the age of Jules Verne, an era fascinated by the mysteries of the deep sea. It was not a great leap to imagine that the Mary Celeste had been attacked by a monstrous sea creature. Tales of the kraken, the giant squid of Scandinavian legend, were popular, and the theory arose that one such colossal octopus had risen from the abyss and, with its powerful tentacles, had plucked the 10 unfortunate souls from the deck, one by one, dragging them down to a grave. It is a terrifying and cinematic image, but once again, it fails the test of logic and evidence. The ship itself bore no signs of such a struggle. There were no splintered rails, no crushed timbers, no strange markings on the hull that would suggest an encounter with a creature of immense size and power. Furthermore, the most glaring contradiction was the missing lifeboat. If a giant monster were attacking the ship, the last place anyone would flee to would be a tiny, fragile boat on the open water. The solid deck of the 103-foot brigantine, however terrifying the situation, would have been by far the safer option. The deliberate and orderly launching of the lifeboat is simply incompatible with the panic and chaos of a sea monster attack. Other, even more fanciful theories were whispered in taverns and printed in sensationalist papers. Perhaps the crew had been abducted by aliens, their ship left behind as the only evidence of a close encounter. Or maybe the ship itself was cursed, an unlucky vessel from its very launch as the Amazon, destined to bring tragedy to all who sailed on her. These stories, while entertaining, offered no real answers. They were the products of a world grappling with a mystery so profound that it seemed to defy any earthly explanation. But the truth, as is so often the case, was likely not to be found in the realm of fantasy. The clues to the fate of the Mary Celeste lay not with pirates or monsters, but in the subtle, scientific realities of the ship itself and its faulty instruments, its damaged pump, and the volatile nature of the cargo sealed within its hold. After 3 long months of legal wrangling and baseless speculation in the Gibraltar courtroom, the Mary Celeste was finally released. In March of 1873, with a new captain and a new crew, she was at last permitted to complete the voyage that Captain Briggs had begun. She sailed from the shadow of the rock, leaving behind the whispers and accusations, and pointed her bow towards her original destination, Genoa, Italy. The journey through the Mediterranean was uneventful, a stark contrast to the drama that now clung to the ship's name. When she arrived in the bustling Italian port, she was no longer just a merchant vessel, she was a celebrity, a ship of ghosts, and her arrival was noted with a mixture of morbid curiosity and professional interest. The primary reason for her voyage, the delivery of her cargo, could now finally be fulfilled. The hatches were opened, and the stevedores of Genoa began the laborious process of unloading the 1701 barrels of industrial alcohol from her hold. It was a routine, practical task, the mundane conclusion to a journey that had been anything but. Barrel by barrel, the cargo was hoisted from the darkness of the hold into the bright Italian sunlight, tallied, and inspected by the consignines, the firm of Meissner Ackerman Co. It was during this methodical, commercial process that a new, crucial piece of the puzzle was quietly discovered. As the final tally was made, a discrepancy was noted. Of the 701 barrels that had been loaded in New York, 9 were found to be empty. At first glance, this might not have seemed significant. A certain amount of leakage or shrinkage was considered normal on a long sea voyage. But as the empty barrels were examined more closely, a specific and telling pattern emerged. The empty barrels all shared a common characteristic that set them apart from the 1692 barrels that had arrived full and intact. The difference was not in their size or their markings, but in the very wood from which they were made. The vast majority of the barrels, the ones that had held their volatile contents securely, were constructed from white oak, a dense, tight grained wood prized by coopers for its ability to contain liquids. The 9 empty barrels, however, were made of reed oak. To a modern observer, this might seem like a trivial detail, but to a 19th-century cooper, or anyone familiar with the properties of wood, it was a glaring, insignificant fact. Reed oak, unlike its white counterpart, is known to be a far more porous material. Its cellular structure contains tiny, microscopic channels, almost like drinking straws, that can allow vapor to pass through over time. While it might hold a liquid for a while, it was not the ideal choice for transporting a substance as volatile and prone to evaporation as industrial alcohol, especially on a long, turbulent sea voyage where the barrels would be subjected to constant changes in temperature and pressure. This discovery opened up a new and compelling avenue of inquiry, one that led away from the dramatic realms of mutiny and monsters and into the quiet, subtle world of chemistry and physics. The 9 empty barrels suggested that a slow, steady leak had occurred during the voyage. Not a sudden spill of liquid, but a gradual seepage of invisible, flammable vapor. The alcohol had not been drunk or stolen. It had simply turned to gas and escaped through the very pores of the wood that was meant to contain it. This theory provided a potential source for the crew's alarm. Imagine the hold of the Mary Celeste, sealed against the heavy weather of the Atlantic, slowly, imperceptibly filling with a colorless, odorless, and highly combustible vapor. The crew, unaware of the specific properties of the different barrels, would have had no way of knowing the source or the extent of the danger building beneath their feet. The open hatches found by the De Gratia crew suddenly made perfect sense. They were likely an attempt by the crew to ventilate the hold, to clear the air of a threat they could smell but could not see. A new, more scientific narrative was beginning to emerge, one rooted in the simple, physical properties of wood and alcohol. The secret of the Mary Celeste might not lie in an act of violence or a supernatural event, but in the quiet, chemical betrayal of 9 red oak barrels. Yet, this theory presented its own profound contradiction. If the hold had filled with enough flammable vapor to cause a panic, why was there no evidence of a fire? Why were there no scorch marks? No signs of the very explosion that the crew must have feared? The mystery had simply shifted its form, presenting a new, more technical, but no less baffling question. The mystery of the Mary Celeste had, by this point, shed its most sensational and violent theories. The courtroom in Gibraltar had dismissed the specter of mutiny and murder, and logic had cast serious doubt on the tales of pirates and sea monsters. What remained was a more subtle, yet equally profound, puzzle. The evidence strongly suggested that Captain Briggs and his crew had abandoned their ship in mortal fear of an imminent explosion from the cargo of industrial alcohol. The 9 empty red oak barrels, the open hatches, and the crew's sudden departure all pointed to a panic rooted in the volatile nature of the spirits sealed in the hold. Yet, this theory carried its own glaring contradiction. The ship bore no scars of such an event. The boarding party from the De Gratia had found no scorch marks, no blackened timbers, no evidence of the very fire that the crew must have feared. An explosion powerful enough to convince a seasoned captain to take the desperate step of abandoning his vessel should have left some trace of its fury. For more than a century, this paradox sat at the heart of the mystery and seemingly unbridgeable gap between the crew's actions and the physical state of the ship. The answer, when it finally came, would arrive not from a dusty archive or a newly discovered letter, but from the controlled environment of a modern laboratory. In 2006, more than 130 years after the Mary Celeste was found adrift, a scientist at University College London UCL decided to put the explosion theory to a practical test. Dr. Iacella, a chemist with a passion for historical mysteries, sought to discover if it was possible for an alcohol vapor explosion to occur in a way that would terrify a crew without leaving any physical evidence of burning. His experiment, conducted for a television documentary, would provide the most compelling and scientifically grounded explanation for the events on board the ghost ship. Dr. Celeste began by constructing a scale model replica of the Mary Celeste's cargo hold. It was a simple but effective box, designed to mimic the confined, enclosed space where the 17 No-1 barrels had been stowed. Instead of miniature wooden barrels, which would have been difficult to make, he used small cubes of paper to represent the cargo, their flammable nature a perfect stand-in for the wooden staves. He then sealed the model and pumped it full of butane gas, a fuel that would effectively simulate the flammable properties of the evaporated alcohol vapors that had likely leaked from the 9 porous red oak barrels. The stage was set for a miniature reenactment of the potential disaster, with his replica hold filled with a volatile mixture of gas and air. Doctors used to spark. The result was instantaneous and spectacular. A loud, sharp bang echoed through the laboratory as the gas ignited. A brilliant ball of flame erupted from the model's hatch, shooting upwards in a dramatic, fiery plume. It was a powerful, concussive blast, more than enough to startle anyone, and certainly enough to blow the heavy wooden hatch covers off the real ship's deck, just as they had been found. But the most remarkable part of the experiment came in the moments after the flame disappeared. Dr. Sella and his team looked inside the model hold. The paper cubes, which had been at the very heart of the fiery blast, were completely untouched. They were not burned, not blackened, not even slightly scorched. They sat just as they had before, pristine and white. The experiment had produced a powerful explosion that left no trace of fire. Dr. Sella had a name for this phenomenon, a pressure-minus wave type of explosion. He explained that when the alcohol vapor ignited, the flame front moved through the hold with incredible speed, while the temperature at the heart of the flame was momentarily very high. It passed so quickly that it did not have time to transfer its heat to the surrounding materials and set them alight. The spectacular wave of flame was followed almost instantly by a wave of relatively cool air. The primary effect was not one of burning, but of a sudden, violent expansion of gas, creating a powerful shock wave. It was an event that was all bark and no bite, a terrifyingly loud and visually dramatic blast that was, in terms of its destructive power, surprisingly benign. Now, transport this scientific demonstration back to the deck of the Mary Celeste in late November of 1872. Captain Briggs, already on edge about his volatile cargo and perhaps having noticed the faint, sweet smell of alcohol fumes, suddenly hears a deep, muffled whoop from below decks. He sees the heavy main hatch cover, weighing hundreds of pounds, lift into the air and slam back down onto the deck. He would have had no way of knowing that this was a relatively harmless pressure-minus wave explosion. In his experience, and in the experience of any sailor of his time, an explosion in a hold flammable spirits was the prelude to a catastrophic, all-minus consuming inferno. He would have believed with every fiber of his being that his ship was a ticking time bomb, and that a second, much larger and truly devastating explosion was only moments away. This experiment, conducted in the safety of a 21st century lab, provided the missing piece of the puzzle. It explained how a crew could be driven by a rational fear of fire, even when no fire existed. It was the key that finally unlocked the silent, sorrowful logic of their final, fatal decision. With the scientific possibility of a no-trace explosion established, we can now attempt to reconstruct the final, fateful moments aboard the Mary Celeste. The scene is no longer one of supernatural mystery or bloody violence, but of a cascade of unfortunate events, misinterpreted evidence, and a single, rational, yet ultimately fatal, decision made by a competent and caring man. Let us return to the days following November 25th, 1872. The ship has weathered the worst of the storm, but a new and insidious threat has been growing in the darkness of her hold. The 9 porous red oak barrels have been slowly weeping their volatile contents, and the sealed cargo space is now saturated with invisible, flammable alcohol vapor. Captain Briggs, a man who had never before transported such a dangerous cargo, and a teetotaler by conviction, would have been particularly wary of this threat. Perhaps a faint, sweet, chemical smell had begun to permeate the ship, putting the crew on edge. Then, it happens. A spark, caused by 2 barrels rubbing together in the gentle swell, or some other mundane friction, ignites the accumulated vapor. The result is the pressure minus wave explosion demonstrated by Drive. Cell as experiment. A deep, muffled whoomp echoes from below decks, a sound more felt than heard. A moment later, the heavy wooden hatch covers are thrown into the air by the concussive force, landing with a crash on the deck. A brief, terrifying plume of flame might have shot up from the opening before vanishing without a trace. To the 10 people on board, this event would have been utterly terrifying. They would not have known it was a relatively harmless phenomenon. In their minds, an explosion in a hold filled with 1,700 barrels of alcohol could only be the prelude to a catastrophic, ship-destroying inferno. They would have believed with absolute certainty that they were standing on a floating bomb, its fuse already lit. This single, terrifying event did not happen in a vacuum. It was compounded by 2 other critical problems that were clouding Captain Briggs' judgment. First, there was the matter of the ship's pump. One of the 2 pumps was disassembled on deck, clearly inoperable. This meant that Briggs had no reliable way of knowing how much water was in his hold, or, more importantly, how quickly it might be rising. The 3.5 feet of water they had was manageable with 2 working pumps, but with 1 out of commission, the situation was far more precarious. Second, there is the strong possibility that the ship's chronometer was faulty. An inaccurate timepiece would have thrown off the captain's longitudinal calculations, making him believe he was in a different location than he actually was. Some researchers have suggested that on November 25th, Briggs may have believed he was much closer to the island of Santa Maria than his log entry indicated, perhaps even within sight of a safe harbor. This navigational error would have made the prospect of taking to the lifeboat seem significantly less dangerous. Now, place yourself in Captain Briggs' position. He is a deeply responsible man, with his wife and 2-year-old daughter on board. He believes his ship is about to be consumed by a fiery explosion. He knows he cannot accurately determine if it is also sinking, and he may mistakenly believe that land is only a short row away. In this context, his next decision is not one of panic, but of profound, albeit flawed, logic. He makes the call to temporarily abandon ship. It was not a panicked flight. It was an orderly, if urgent, evacuation. He gathered his most essential navigational tools: the sextant, the chronometer, the compass, the things he would need to guide the small lifeboat. He ordered the boat launched. Their plan was likely not to abandon the Mary Celeste forever, but to retreat to a safe distance and observe her. To this end, they would have employed a common sea practice, towing the lifeboat behind the main vessel. The main halyard, a long, sturdy rope, was found broken and trailing in the water behind the ship, the perfect candidate for a tow line. They would have paid out the rope, allowing the lifeboat to fall back a few hundred feet, a safe distance from the perceived danger, while remaining connected to their ship, their only hope of survival. They were now in the lifeboat, 10 people in a fragile craft, watching the ship they had just fled, waiting for the catastrophic explosion that never came. And then, in a final, cruel twist of fate, the weather, which had been calm, began to change. A sudden, unexpected squall, common in the Azores, swept across the water. The wind filled the remaining sails of the Mary Celeste, and the ship, unmanned and unburdened, surged forward with surprising speed. The long tow line, which had been slack in the water, snapped violently taut. The immense, sudden strain was too much. With a sharp crack that sealed their doom, the rope parted. In an instant, their situation transformed from a cautious retreat to a hopeless catastrophe. They could only watch in horror as their ship, their home, their only means of survival, sailed away from them, moving with a ghostly life of its own, growing smaller and smaller until it was just a speck on the horizon, and then was gone. They were left alone, 10 souls in a tiny, open boat, adrift in the vast, unforgiving wilderness of the North Atlantic, with a rising storm and no hope of rescue. They had been undone not by a monster or a mutiny, but by a tragic convergence of mechanical failure, a trick of chemistry, and a single, understandable, human miscalculation. The story of the Mary Celeste, with its confounding clues and the quiet tragedy of its vanished crew, might have faded over time. It could have become just another sad and puzzling entry in the long, dense annals of maritime history, a tale told by sailors in waterfront taverns, but largely forgotten by the wider world. The Gibraltar inquiry had ended without a conclusive answer, and as the years passed, the ship itself continued its mundane career under new owners. But the mystery was not destined for obscurity. It was about to be seized upon by the pen of a young writer, a man who would, with a single work of fiction, transform the real-life tragedy into an inglobal legend, forever blurring the line between what was true and what was brilliantly, thrillingly imagined. In 1884, 12 years after the Mary Celeste was found adrift, a young and still largely unknown doctor named Arthur Conan Doyle was struggling to establish himself as a writer. Before he would become world-famous as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, he was a ship's surgeon who had served on voyages to the Arctic and West Africa. A man who knew the sea and was looking for compelling material to launch his literary career. He came across the strange and resolved tale of the Mary Celeste and saw in its unanswered questions the perfect framework for a gripping story. He sat down to write, not a factual account, but a work of sensational fiction designed to captivate the readers of one of England's most popular literary publications, the Cornhill magazine. The story, published anonymously, was titled J. Habakkuk Jeffson's Statement. The title itself was a masterstroke of mysterious, presenting the tale not as fiction, but as the first-hand testimony of a supposed survivor. This framing gave the narrative an air of authenticity that it in no way deserved, and it was the first of many liberties Doyle would take with the facts. His most immediate and lasting change was a simple, almost poetic, alteration to the ship's name. He changed Mary Celeste to Marie Celeste. The reason is unknown. Perhaps he simply found the French spelling more elegant or mysterious. Whatever the cause, this small change had an enormous impact. The name, Marie Celeste, lodged itself in the public consciousness and has remained there ever since, a persistent and iconic era that stands as a testament to the power of fiction to overwrite fact. But Doyle did more than just change the name. He completely reinvented the narrative. He threw out the quiet, scientific puzzle of leaking barrels and faulty pumps and replaced it with a lurid melodrama of race, revenge, and murder. In his story, the ship is taken over by a passenger, a vengeful ex-slave who, with the help of accomplices among the crew, systematically murders the captain and the other passengers before sailing the ship to the coast of Africa to begin a new life. It was a shocking, violent, and utterly fabricated tale that bore almost no resemblance to the actual evidence. Doyle's story was a wild success. It was thrilling, sensational, and because it was presented as a survivor's statement, many readers accepted it as a plausible, if not entirely true, solution to the mystery. The story was widely reprinted, and its dramatic elements began to merge with the known facts of the case in the public mind. The real, human tragedy of Captain Briggs, a responsible family man facing a cascade of technical problems, was replaced by the far more exciting, but entirely fictional, image of a ship beset by bloody violence. Doyle's story, and the countless retellings it inspired, also helped to cement many of the most enduring myths about the ship's condition when it was found. The legend of the Mary Celeste being discovered in pristine condition with warm meals still on the galley table, cups of tea still steaming, and everything perfectly in its place, is largely a product of this fictional tradition. It created a much more mysterious and supernatural image than the reality. The truth, as reported by Oliver DeVoe, was that the ship was a thoroughly wet mess, its cabin soaked, its decks in disarray, and its sails in tatters. The fiction was neater, cleaner, and far more ghostly than the damp, disheveled reality. With the publication of J. Habakkuk Jeffson's statement, the Mary Celeste was no longer just a historical event, it was a piece of popular culture. Arthur Conan Doyle, with the power of his formidable imagination, had taken the scattered, contradictory facts of a real-life maritime puzzle and had forged them into a powerful and unforgettable ghost story. In doing so, he ensured that the ship would never be forgotten, but he also ensured that the quiet, sorrowful truth of what likely happened would forever be competing with the thrilling echoes of his fiction. The pen, in this case, proved to be far more powerful than the logbook. After the Gibraltar inquiry concluded, the Mary Celeste was no longer just a ship, she was a legend. A vessel cloaked in rumor and tragedy. Though cleared of any wrongdoing, a shadow of misfortune now clung to her name, as tangible as the salt spray on her decks. She was released from the court's custody and, for the next 12 years, she continued to sail the seas, a working ship trying to earn her keep in a world that now saw her as something other. Something unlucky, perhaps even cursed. She passed through the hands of several owners during this final, sad chapter of her life. Each new owner likely purchased her at a bargain, perhaps believing they could outrun her reputation and turn a profit where others had failed. But the ship seemed to carry its own bad luck. Voyages were often unprofitable, cargoes were hard to secure, and the whispers that followed her into every port made her a difficult vessel to manage. She was a celebrity, but of the most infamous kind. Sailors, a notoriously superstitious lot, might have been reluctant to sign on, sharing tales of the vanished crew in hushed tones during the night watch. The ship that had once been the proud new venture of Captain Benjamin Briggs had become a pariah of the seas, a floating reminder of an unsolvable mystery. Her final journey began in 1884, when she was purchased by a consortium of Boston businessmen, with her new captain named Gilman C. Parker. Parker was a man of a very different character from the pious and principled Benjamin Briggs. He was a man who saw the ship not as a vessel to be respected, but as an asset to be exploited, and he devised a plan to wring one last, dishonest profit from her storied and unfortunate career. His scheme was a classic case of maritime insurance fraud. The plan was simple and sordid. Parker loaded the Mary Celeste in Boston with a cargo that was, for the most part, completely worthless. It consisted of cheap rubber boots and, according to some accounts, crates of cat food. He then insured this sham cargo, along with the ship itself, for the wildly inflated sum of $30,000. His intention was not to deliver these goods to any port. His destination was a carefully chosen reef, and his goal was to deliberately wreck the ship, sending her and her worthless cargo to the bottom of the sea before collecting the handsome insurance payment. In January of 1885, Captain Parker sailed the Mary Celeste south, towards the coast of Haiti. He navigated her towards a well-known and dangerous coral reef called Roche Lois, off the coast of Gonave Island. On a clear day, with Parker himself at the helm, the ship was intentionally steered directly onto the reef. The sound would have been horrific, a deep, grinding, splintering crash as the ship's wooden hull, which had survived the worst storms the Atlantic could throw at it, was torn open by the sharp coral. The vessel shuddered to a violent halt, impaled and mortally wounded. But the Mary Celeste, it seemed, had one last act of defiance left in her. Parker's plan required the ship to sink quickly and completely, taking the evidence of his fraud with her. But the ship refused. Though her hull was breached, she was a stubborn. well-built vessel. She settled on the reef, battered and broken, but she did not sink. Her mast still pointed defiantly towards the sky, her deck still above the waves. This final act of resilience proved to be Parker's undoing. The insurance company, suspicious of the circumstances, launched an investigation. When they examined the wreck and the largely intact, worthless cargo, the fraud was immediately obvious. Parker and his associates were indicted, their scheme exposed to the world, and so, the long, strange voyage of the Mary Celeste came to its final, ignominious end. She was left where she lay, abandoned on that remote Haitian reef, her back broken, her sailing days forever over. The sea and the sun slowly began the work of dismantling her. Her timbers, once so carefully shaped by the craftsmen of Spencer's Island, rotted and broke apart. The waves washed over her empty decks, and the coral grew up through her ruined hull. Her life had begun with the hope of her builders and the quiet tragedy of her first captain. It had been defined by one of the most profound mysteries the sea has ever produced, and it ended not in a blaze of glory or a noble struggle against the elements, but in a cheap, criminal scheme, a final, sad indignity for a ship that had already seen so much sorrow. Our long journey is now at its end. We have followed the life of a ship from its birth in a quiet Nova Scotian shipyard to its ignominious end on a Haitian reef. We have walked in the footsteps of a good captain, stood with him in the warmth of his family home, and sailed with him into the fury of an Atlantic storm. We have boarded his silent, empty vessel, examined every strange clue, and weighed every theory, from the sensational to the scientific. And we have arrived at an explanation that feels, in its quiet and tragic logic, like the truth. There were no pirates, no sea monsters, no ghosts. There was no mutiny, no murder, no madness. There was only a cascade of unfortunate events, a volatile cargo in porous barrels, a malfunctioning pump, a faulty chronometer, and a terrifying but harmless chemical reaction that mimicked the prelude to a catastrophe. We have found a reason for the abandonment, a logical chain of events that could lead a prudent, responsible man to make the most terrible mistake of his life. Science and reason have given us an answer. They have dispelled the myths and quieted the sensational whispers. But when all the analysis is done, when the last theory has been presented and the last piece of evidence examined, what is truly left? What is left is the profound and irretrievable loss of 10 human lives. What is left is Benjamin Briggs, a captain respected for his skill and fairness, a man who, in his very caution and his deep love for his family, was led to his doom. What is left is his wife, Sarah, whose last letter home was filled with such hope and affection, and whose final moments were spent trying to comfort her child in the face of an unimaginable terror. And what is left is -old Sophia Matilda, a little girl whose toys were found scattered on a bunk, whose brief life ended somewhere in the cold, gray waves of the Atlantic. And we must not forget the 7 men who served under them. Albert Richardson, the trusted first mate; Andrew Gilling, the young second mate; Edward Head, the steward, and the 4 German sailors who worked the ropes and sails, the brothers Volkert and Boyle Orensen, Arion Martins, and Gottlieb Geo and Escall. They were not just names on a crew list, they were men with their own histories, their own hopes, and their own families waiting for them in distant ports. Their lives, too, were extinguished in that final, desperate gamble. We can reconstruct the reasons for their departure from the ship, but we can never truly know the experience of their final hours. We can only imagine the scene in that small, fragile lifeboat, tethered to the Mary Celeste by a single, straining rope. We can imagine their collective gaze fixed on the ship, waiting for the explosion that never came. And we can imagine the heart-minus stopping moment when a sudden squall filled the sails of the unmanned vessel, the rope snapping tautened, then parting with a crack that severed their last connection to hope. What did they do in that moment? What did they say to one another as they watched their ship, their home, their only chance of survival, sail away from them like a ghost, growing smaller and smaller until it vanished into the storm-tossed horizon? How did they face the dawning, soul-crushing realization that their cautious, logical decision had been a fatal error? How did they endure the wind, the waves, and the slow, creeping despair as their small boat was tossed about by a merciless sea? These are the questions to which we will never have an answer. This is the true, enduring mystery of the Mary Celeste. It is not a puzzle of physics or chemistry, but a profound and silent human tragedy. There is an old saying among sailors, a piece of wisdom born from centuries of loss: the sea does not give up her secrets. The ocean may have allowed us to find the ship, but it has kept the story of her people for itself. The tale of the Mary Celeste is not, in the end, a ghost story. It is a human story. It is a story about love and responsibility, about fear and miscalculation, and about the terrifying fragility of our lives in the face of nature's immense and indifferent power. It is a quiet, sorrowful reminder that even the most competent and careful among us can be undone by a simple, tragic confluence of events. And so, the ship and her 10 vanished souls sail on, not through the Atlantic, but through the vast, quiet ocean of our memory, a sad and silent mystery of the sea. Wherever you are, whenever it is, I hope sleep finds you gently tonight.